What's up, you based motherfuckers, and if you're into that sort of thing, fatherfuckers, though I don't know why you would do that. Sorry, I'll stop with the casual misandry.
Hey, I'm vegan.
By the way, the term Karen is misogynistic. How was that for a music fade? Was that good? Was that how you wanted me to do it? Why is that a part of my introduction? Why do I have to slowly bring the volume down on the thing? Surely there's a better way to do this. Folks, welcome back to the Rogue Room. I am your host, the Abigail Beck, the one and only. All those others are just imitating. Oh, hang on. I noticed something. All those other losers that have the name Abigail Beck out there on the internet that just wankers who don't have any single shred of my swag. Hi, what's up? Hello, Flakes. Hello, everybody. We're continuing down the path of, like, the androgynous goth girl look. I mean, last night's was such a good look. I loved that look. I'm doing that one again. Oh, fuck, don't give me this hairline bullshit dysphoria again, please. Okay, that didn't work. That did not work. Anywho, friends, what's going on? Welcome back. I'm the Abby. I am the Abby. And tonight we got a whole bunch of stuff on the agenda to talk about. A whole bunch of doomer shit. It's not why I'm dressed like this, but I mean, in a way, it kind of fits, doesn't it? Downton Abbey. You haven't been able to sleep? That's not good, Kate. I'm not on the coffee tonight. I'm on the Monster, so forgive me for making bad life decisions. I was a fool who let someone persuade me into liking this. So it's 4 a.m. right now. Oh my goodness. Well, tonight we're gonna do our usual newsreel kind of stuff. We're going to be talking about the things, what are going on in the world today. Let me just do something really quickly, I just realized. Before we go on. Okay, that's good. And I just want to check one more thing. To make sure all is well with the world. Perfect. I need to work on my alerts sometime this week, but I've also got a script I need to finish and edit and then do a second draft of and then record the video because I've been dawdling so much on that thing. But I'm going to fix my alerts up so that they're nice and fun and new and interesting. I'm a gamer girl TM kind of partly, sort of, maybe. Not really. Oh, because of the Monster? I mean, haven't been able because you had a toothache, but you're fine now. Oh, okay. Well, that's not good. That's awful. Literally got doctor's orders not to drink energy drinks right now. I probably should go check with my doctor about the energy drinks. I don't go to the doctor often enough. That's an unfortunate toxic masculine carryover from before, the stoicism, the abject refusal to go see the doctor about things that I should go see the doctor for. But during a pandemic, I feel like their particular business is a little bit more focused on other things, and I'm just like, do I waste the doctor's time by going in there and talking about the arm pain that I've been experiencing or the excess fatigue that I deal with on a daily basis? Like, do I address these things or do I not waste their time? It's one of those imposter syndrome kind of things, right? Like I think I'm still stuck in this teenage mindset of being invincible. It's like, oh, I'm fine. Nothing's going to ever kill me. I'm gonna live forever, and I'm never going to die, and I'm never going to have any problems. I'm invincible. Because I'm an idiot. Brother, if he eats too much meat, or he not only feels sluggish, but his hormones become imbalanced, so his mood shifts very much in bipolar level. That's so unfortunate. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hello, Magic Mia. How's it going? I'm looking lovely. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Does your state bulk bill or just do rebates? They bulk bill, yeah, unless it's a Sunday. Which is good, you know. So I can go in and I can get checked out and all that. I should call them up tomorrow and see if they've got an appointment available, because I do need to go in there and get my arm checked out because it's still going. It's not really that bad at the moment. It's like if I move it in certain directions, I really don't know what it is. I really cannot tell you what exactly like I'm doing all sorts of shit with my arm right now. And just every so often it just twinges and I don't know why. I cannot figure it out. I'm jabbing at it right now. No, I haven't gotten vaccinated. I'm going to in a month, but I haven't got it yet. You do that a lot. You often downplay your symptoms because you feel like your problems aren't that important to a doctor. Yeah, like that's kind of the big thing, and especially with like self-diagnosis and stuff like that as well. I think a lot of us might be dealing with, say, ADHD or autism, or maybe even schizophrenia or other mental health disorders, especially. And like, how many of you who are neurodivergent, which I feel like that's all of you. I don't know. I'm not gonna make that judgment call, but you know. How many of you that are neurodivergent feel as though your neurodivergence is not valid enough because of the fact that you've seen people with more severe symptoms than you, right? That's one thing that I deal with all the time, especially being diagnosed autistic and having seen autistic people who've got much more severe traits than I've got. And I'm like, oh, well, mine doesn't matter that much. My symptoms don't matter that much. My meltdowns and stuff don't matter that much. Compared to, like, look at them. They need a carer. My autism is just nonsense. Don't know if you are. It's possible, but you've never been tested. Well, it's worth, like, if you feel you've got a few personality traits that you observe in your day-to-day life and you're just like, something about this doesn't feel right, something about this feels uncomfortable, or like if you deal with, say, executive dysfunction, or if you have trouble socializing, if you have trouble focusing, it could be worth looking online for the symptoms of different neurodivergencies. And like, some people have got this stance against self-diagnosis, and some have got this stance pro self-diagnosis. And that's the great thing about the information being so broadly available, is you can look through the symptoms and then give yourself an idea, or maybe write down everything that you feel might lean into a neurodivergent kind of thing. The only problem, of course, is that in certain parts of the world, it's particularly difficult to get a diagnosis. So, yeah. Common symptom of imposter syndrome? Yep. And yes, suffering is not a competition. Exactly. We shouldn't be trying to compare ourselves to other people who might have the same kind of things that we have. Thought about it this way, it's about perspective. If you need a care for day-to-day versus just socializing, but are mostly fine day-to-day. Yeah, like, for example, unless I'm going to, I'm not going to social events at the moment, but I mean, in a general sense, if I'm going to a social event where it's all new people, I need there to be somebody present there that I'm familiar with. Otherwise, I can't do it. So in that sense, that person becomes my carer. But generally speaking, the only reason I go to those kind of new social events is because somebody else has invited me to those. Which kind of sucks, because I would like to explore, like, once things open back up again, which could be in about 8 to 12 years. I'd like to go and engage in new communities and things like that, actually meet some new people, but it's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. GP actually likes that you self-diagnosed, then come to her to confirm that habit apparently saved you from septicemia. Oh, okay, well, that's good. I mean, yeah, like, that's again the good thing about so much of this medical information being available online. There is enjoy that lurk, Kiara. There is always that risk of either misdiagnosing yourself or feeding into what's that thing called, where you're overdiagnosing yourself with symptoms you don't actually have, and you're freaking out over nothing. What's it called? There's a term for it. There was a joke made about it in The Simpsons, because of course there was. I can't recall. But of course, you are the only one who can have the experience of being inside your own body and knowing what you're feeling, knowing what kind of symptoms you're having physically and emotionally, you know. But there is definitely a thing, not Munchausen, hypochondriac. Hypochondria, yeah, that's the one, where you believe you've got the symptoms but you don't actually have them. And then once you go get diagnosed, it's just like, you're not actually sick. You don't actually have this, that, or the other. And that can be a result of, and I mean, during the pandemic, I think a lot of people would be experiencing hypochondria. But the thing is, COVID is so widespread, it's always worthwhile to get tested. Fairly certain you're not on the spectrum. However, you have ADHD, major depression, generalized anxiety, and CPTSD. All of these were self-diagnosed before you were able to seek out psych treatment, where it was confirmed. In fact, you did not consider that you had an anxiety disorder till your psychiatrist brought it up. Well, there you go. And that's the thing. It's worth keeping a journal of the things you're feeling. Like, it's worth having a diary that you write down in. What's the difference between a journal and a diary? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I don't do this, but I'm going to give you the advice anyway. It's worth tracking if you feel you've got certain symptoms, whether those are like specifically physical. When I say physical, I mean like not head related, which is stupid because the brain is physical, but like, you know what I mean. If you've got certain symptoms with like bowel symptoms or lung issues or whatever it is, if you want to track all those and make sure you're, you know, paying attention to them, and same with neurodivergent stuff. You know, if you're noticing certain behaviors occurring in a pattern, if you notice certain things not quite right, then it's worth it to keep track of those things, and then of course take it to your doctor and see if you can get an official formal diagnosis, which might help you to understand exactly what you're going through. I think one of the major things for me personally has been, once I had the words to describe what I was feeling, it became that much easier to express myself and be comfortable with all of the different things I deal with, you know, like being trans, you know, that whole thing. I bring that up all the time. I'm sorry. I'm a little obvious. Like having the label of transgender has helped me to understand exactly what I've been dealing with all my life. I only just recently figured out you're trans, still figuring out what things you feel are dysphoria or not. That's going to be a journey for sure. You're going to discover a lot of things about yourself, and some of them are going to be very complicated. Some of them might be much easier to deal with. I don't know how to describe it, but I know where you're at. I've been there. Always think of journals of like I'm logging what I feel and what you're doing, whereas a diary is more about just writing how you're feeling in that moment. In this context, they're both helpful. That's true. Like, I forget who it was, somebody who I went to university with, said that, you know, in the same vein, psychologists and psychiatrists do different things and provide you with different information, different answers, different questions. And it's worth it to go to both, but I mean, who can afford that? You know. But yeah, I think that's a very valid point. Is that, you know, there are things that might serve the same effective function, but they are useful for different reasons. I think I've also heard of a journal being used as more of like a planner for work or study or whatever sort of thing. And yeah, the diary is much more about your feelings and your experiences and writing it all out so you can look back on it later on, maybe reflect on it or show it to a psychiatrist or a psychologist. Which my psychologist that I was seeing for a while, they did ask me to take a diary of certain things I was feeling and experiencing, and I didn't do it, so anyway. Maybe some people think the term journal sounds more masculine. I definitely think it does. I remember when I first found out about journals and diaries when I was a kid, and my first thought was that, like, a diary is something that a girl has, and a journal is something that a boy has, and I'm like, why did I think that? Where did I get this idea from? Who put this in my head? So weird. Excuse me. But anyway. What's the topic for tonight? We got a bunch of news stuff we're going to go over. Oh, my title still says... No, oh no it doesn't. My title says Based Goth Girl. Which is what it should say. It doesn't say doing my makeup, does it? I was going to do my makeup on stream, but I decided not to. Anyway, diary versus journal aren't they the same thing? It's about your lived experience you want to write down. I think it, yes, diaries are gay. I agree. How are you, Doe? What's going on? I think a diary is much more about what you're feeling in. I mean, really, do whatever you want. It's a book. You write in it. Scribble some bullshit. But I think, generally speaking, the function of a journal is more to track things in a much more analytical manner, almost. And a diary is much more, these are my feelings about shit. I mean, yeah, why would I write my feelings down when I can just bottle them up? It's what I did for 31 years, so what's going to stop me now? Abby, I have a question. How do I feel about the DC Comics character Tim Drake, who is one of the holders of the title Robin, being retconned so that he's bi? I don't think he was retconned. Honestly. I mean, this is what I'm going to say right now. It's like a lot of queer people. This is why I hate whenever anybody says, oh, this character's been retconned to be bi or gay or whatever. It's like, in real life, me going from being cis to being trans is not like a retcon of my life, right? And in the same vein, taking a comic character and changing their sexuality or changing their... Oh, what did I just do? Changing their gender or... I mean, gender is a little bit more complicated, but if you infer the character as trans, that's different. But anyway, especially with something like bisexuality, where it's such a... I wouldn't say common thing, but you know... It's much easier to justify someone who was previously considered to be straight suddenly being bisexual as a thing where it's like, oh, he had a bit of a self-discovery or what have you. You could very easily do that, honestly, because like a lot of queer people repress their identities, repress their sexualities until they eventually come out and, you know, come to terms with it. So I see no problem with them changing a character so that he's bi, you know. I look at it and I'm like, I don't really see it as a retcon specifically. Maybe it's just me. Anyway, where were we? So yeah, that's my thing. Who's this person? Jesus. Are we back to normal trolls? Are we back to regular trolls? Pog. This is literally an 18+ stream, by the way. How am I manipulating children if it's an 18+ stream? Only adults are allowed here. And obviously you're not, so fuck off then. You loser. Anywho, should we do some news? Should we do some reading? When I grow up, I want to be a troll. I want to be a frost troll from Skyrim because I got 3 eyes. Can you imagine how much more shit you could see if you had 3 eyes? Heck yes. It's not exactly retcon when even IRL people can just have a moment of, oh damn, the batarangs are straight. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? I know DC Comics and Marvel and all that have a tendency to reboot all the time and start new series based on the existing characters. So to that end, if Tim Drake was previously just like outright straight in all the previous work, and then they do a new reboot thing, and Tim Drake is still there, but it's like suddenly he's bisexual in this new story. I mean, given that it's like a reboot of that previous character, I'm just throwing this particular idea out there. Does it matter? Like, if it's a separate universe version of Tim Drake, then there's no problem with that new universe version of Tim Drake being bi. If it's a continuation of a story where Tim Drake was previously assumed to be completely heterosexual and then comes to terms with his bisexuality, that just reads like positive representation of a queer person realizing their queerness and accepting it. That's the way I see it. If I had a third eye, where would I put it? I need to do a dramatic zoom for this one. Somewhere that I can't show on stream. Oh, fuck. Wrong button. Me getting a stream deck was a really bad idea, especially getting one with 32 buttons on it. God, this thing is cool. I can't imagine my life without it now. Transitioned into a goblin, but I realized I was always one deep down. I mean, that's it, right? That's it. The more I have, like, self-reflection on my identity as a kid, I'm just like, holy shit. I was not socialized male like those TERFs like to go on about. With comic books, universes get rebooted fairly often, so to me it's like, cool, this is a different take on the character. That's the way I see it, yeah. And this reminds me of the thing that I saw earlier. They're adding a transgender character to Rainbow Six Siege, apparently. Let me find the tweet. Because it's just great to read the responses from these idiots to this nonsense. Where were we? Let's have a look. I quote tweeted this imbecile. Yeah, here we go. So let me see here. So the in-game confirmation is easy to miss, but Ubisoft has confirmed its new operator is indeed trans. Okay, why is this such a big deal? And then first off, having trans people getting hardly any representation. By the way, Maya, did I say hello? Hi, how are you? Getting representation in media, so having a confirmed character in a fairly big game is cool. Secondly, just because it might not matter to you or I doesn't mean it can't be important to others. It's just one tweet recognizing representation. Just because they decide... This is where it gets really absurd. This person just went completely off the rails in their first message. Just because they decide to cut off their dick or whatever doesn't mean they have to have representation. What in the fucking world is this person on about? They should be treated equally like everyone else. Okay, so then give us representation, dickhead. No one said representation is mandatory. It's just a little suspect when there is some trans representation. People start complaining. Yes. All of the time. Every single time. Plus, if equality is your goal, then there is going to be a lot more representation of women, people of color, and LGBTQ+. I swear You want to know why Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was so groundbreaking when it released? Because the protagonist was black. I'm not fucking stop pressing that one. I'm not even fucking kidding. Unironically, a lot of people look fondly on GTA San Andreas, and for good reason. It's a solid video game from the PS2 era. But unironically, there were headlines about the fact that GTA had a black protagonist. It was such a big deal. Representation. Because that, like, the PS2 era was the cis-het white male era of video games. Unironically. So, and I just use PS2 as like a time frame. But like, there were so many games there where it's another cis-het white man. That carried over to PS3. Also the hot coffee mod, but yeah. Among gamer discourse, if you were paying attention to video games media back in 2003, 2002, you know, hot coffee came later, but if you were paying attention to the news media surrounding GTA right as San Andreas was on the horizon, there was a huge kerfuffle. Not kerfuffle, but there was a lot of discussion around the fact that they decided to make a black protagonist. And yes, there were all the opinions that you can just immediately expect. You can just cultivate those in your head. Just think about them. No, you're not showing your age. I think a fair few people here would be familiar with the hot coffee. No, hot coffee wasn't GTA 4. It was San Andreas. But as a straight person, I feel like if they're changing Roman, you're losing your representation. What? How? Hang on. Static Shock is black, but if he was made white, that's not the same thing at all. That's not the same thing at all. There's an absolute laundry list of straight characters in comics and movies and books and all that sort of shit. No. There's a reason in GTA 5 it was Franklin's storyline you enjoyed the most. I feel like Franklin was really the protagonist of GTA 5. 5. And then Franklin and... no, not Franklin. Michael and Trevor were sort of auxiliary characters to Franklin's story. That's how it felt to me. Like, it still felt like at the end of the game he was the protagonist, which I understand it's very difficult to do a triple protagonist story without it feeling like one of those characters is the main character. And I really do hope we get like a female protagonist in GTA 6. Fingers crossed. But at any rate, what was I going to say? Yeah. Well, yeah, like, I personally saw it as, like, Michael's story and Trevor's story were kind of like, I don't really care that much. Anyway, and this part that followed up that I quote tweeted, why a lot of people complain about it is because it's not done naturally, it's not done organically. How exactly the fuck are you gonna do it organically? How are you gonna do it naturally in a multiplayer shooter that doesn't really focus on story? Is what I want to ask. Okay, so the character is transgender. There is something in... is there even an article that actually outlines... I'm going to go to GameSpot really quickly. Is there actually an article that details how the character is... Here we go. Osa is Rainbow Six Siege's... this is not a story I was planning on covering tonight, but we might as well look at it. Osa is Rainbow Six Siege's first transgender operator. The in-game confirmation is easy to miss, but the publisher has confirmed its new operator is indeed trans, and... I will say this, it does kind of feel as though Ubisoft is trying to look really staunchly progressive in a time where everybody's dropping Activision Blizzard. This does really feel like a cynical move on their part. I will say that much, but still representation is good. With the announcement of Rainbow Six Siege's Year 6 Season 3 content, Crystal Guard comes a new operator in Osa. Ubisoft has confirmed to GameSpot that she is the first ever transgender operator to join Rainbow Six Siege. She looks badass, by the way. What a cool character design. It is the third new operator added as part of Rainbow Six Siege's Year 6 content. The game's been out for 6 years. Joining fellow attacker Flores and defender Thunderbird. Osa is armed with tactical robotic shields that she can deploy in windows and doorways, adding an extra layer of protection for her team. Osa's gender identity was not acknowledged during a recent preview event for the new season, and the game makes no reference to Osa being trans outside of one line mentioning a transition in her biography, see below. When speaking about her time at the University of Zagreb, the bio mentioned she found herself isolated due to her unorthodox approach and others' attitudes towards her transition. Isolated, yeah, there we go. GameSpot reached out to Ubisoft for confirmation of Osa being trans, with writer Simon Ducharme responding with the following. The decision to create a transgender character was made early on as part of our initiative to have an inclusive roster of operators. The consultants, all of whom are trans people, wanted to make sure that Osa was presented as authentically and organically as possible. She was written by a queer person and is voiced by a trans woman, and while her identity is certainly influenced by her gender, who she is in the Siege universe is centered on her talents, her influence in Nighthaven, and her close friendship to Kali. I don't know who that is. I haven't played the fucking game, shut up. Crystal Guard is the third season of content, blah, 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 along with blah, 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 gaming gibberish. So, just given this context here, that it just says, others' attitudes towards her transition, like, that's it. It's a passing line, and then the reporters had to reach out to the company to confirm that she's trans, and they were able to get confirmation. Okay, so I'm struggling to see what the issue is. How is that inorganic? How is that unnatural? You know, what's the problem there? But anybody with half a brain can see it's done for money. It is a reaction to everything that has happened since 2016 for corporate profit and profile, corporate pushover to make dollar signs. And yeah, I agree with this person's. What do you mean naturally? What do you mean organically? What do you think happened in 2016? I'm not going to read the rest of that shit because it's just a bunch of excuses and coming up with anything they can to just say, I don't want the queers in my video games. How exactly do they intend to make these things happen naturally and organically? Genuine question. What does that mean? Other than, I don't want the queers in my videos game. And yes, you're right, Fox. 2004 was 17 years ago. Fuck, just think. In 10 years' time, we're going to say 2014 was 17 years ago. Fuck me, Dad. I think there's a lot of straight characters in comics, but if we add LGBT representation, I think we should just add more LGBT characters instead of taking away non-LGBT characters. That's the thing, though, is like I mentioned before, people's sexualities and gender identities can change throughout their lifetimes. So, Robin may well have been bisexual the entire time, but not come to terms with it. A lot of gay and bi people and pan people and all that repress their sexuality because they don't feel they're comfortable to express it. So, in that regard, it's not necessarily a retcon. I cannot see it as a retcon in that particular sense. And of course, it's all fiction, so it's up to the writers in this circumstance to make these decisions of how the characters are written, but heterosexual people are not losing anything by an existing character becoming gay or bi. Is this along the same thought process of Soldier 76 from Overwatch being retconned to be gay when it was never stated one way or the other? All we got was 76 holding a picture with what looked like a friend. Ah yes, Sappho and her friend. These two men lived together peacefully in the same household for 70 years and were often seen jollily holding hands as they walked through the park. They were such good friends. Heterosexual people are not losing any representation, I guarantee you. They're not represented dudes being bros. Sitting 5 feet apart in the hot tub because they're not gay. But yeah, like, was there even any specific indication towards Robin's sexuality in the first place? I swear, on the rare occasion I have to write the word Tim, the name Tim, I always write time. I just cannot I cannot just write T-I-M. I always go to time. It's just a mental click. Just time. Okay, let's have a look at this from Screen Rant. Tim Drake's bisexuality has been teased by DC for years. Tim Drake's Robin coming out as queer in Batman Urban Legends number 6 builds off of years of comics history that already alluded to this fact. I mean, he's pretty fucking twinky looking, not gonna lie. Always has been. How can you be shocked? Tim Drake Robin. So not Dick Grayson, not There was another one in there somewhere. I don't recall. Anyway, Tim Drake's Robin made waves this week amongst fans of DC Comics and beyond after a story in Batman Urban Legends number 6 ended with Tim agreeing to go on a date with his friend Bernard. That's cute. You're welcome. A third installment in the story, The Sum of Our Parts by Megan Fitzmartin, Belen Ortega, Alejandro Sanchez, and Pat Brousseau, followed Tim as he struggled to find the courage to self-reflect on his life and what he actually wants. Bingo! That's it there. That's all that is what the queer experience is. Struggle to find the courage to self-reflect and what they actually want. That is the queer experience. That's my experience. You know? There's a lot of factors that might have, a lot of what ifs that might have kept me repressed if I hadn't had the chance to struggle and find the courage to self-reflect on my life and come out as trans. Because Tim has had romantic relationships with women in the past, most notably with Spoiler, Stephanie Brown, a former Robin, and Batgirl, the third chapter of The Sum of Our Parts seemed to confirm that the third Robin is bisexual. Meanwhile, while writer Megan Fitzmartin has stated that Tim does not yet have a label for his sexuality, the news that one of the Robins was officially queer came as a shock to some fans. I can imagine what that means. That said, much like the other stories in Batman Urban Legends, The Sum of Our Parts builds off of years of comics history for Tim Drake. While his most high-profile relationship has been with Stephanie Brown, Tim has also had a very close friendship with Connor Kent's Superboy, laying the groundwork for him coming out as queer in Batman Urban Legends number 6. The exact nature of Tim and Connor's relationship has long been speculated by fans, and creators themselves have confirmed both on the page and online that Robin's love for Superboy went beyond the realm of friendship. This reminds me particularly of Celeste, wherein for a very long time the community speculated that Madeline was already queer before the DLC came out that confirmed she was transgender, right? A lot of people were making a ton of connections in the Celeste community saying, okay, she's got to be transgender. You know, they were making connections left, right, and center, and then the creator came out and said, yep, there you go. What is important to recognize here is that The Sum of Our Parts depicts Tim wrestling with the fact that his emotional self-reflection will lead to some time of change. That is, he has left his feelings relatively unexplored in the past because of the ramifications that openly acknowledging them might bring. This speaks to Tim coming to terms with his romantic feelings towards Bernard and his history with Connor Kent. I can't speak tonight. If anything, him going on a date with Bernard is important because it reorients how he has expressed his feelings in the past. In this regard, Tim Drake's characterization in Batman Urban Legends number 6 is consistent with decades of publication history. So this says, I'm really glad you got home okay. I was relieved, and I've been doing a lot of thinking about that night. And I don't know what it meant to me, not yet, but I'd like to figure it out. I was hoping you would. Tim Drake, would you want to go on a date with me? I think I want that. Aww. Tim's best friend has almost always been Connor Kent, a clone of Superman and Lex Luthor, of course. Comics! And the specifics of their relationship pointed to the fact that he had already been queer long before Urban Legends 6 confirmed it. While the two never explicitly said that they loved each other, Tim's actions and the situations in which both characters were placed contributed to this implication. The implication. In a scene from 2003's Titans Young Justice Graduation Day number 2, Tim and Connor were inexplicably shown in a closet together. In a closet? Really? We're doing the... symbolism. Where Tim chastises Connor for nearly getting himself killed after he impulsively attacked Indigo, answering a fan's question about why the two characters were in a closet. I saw this as an opportunity for them both to come out of the closet. For God's sake, that's on the nose, come on. Hashtag live your best life. This was in 2018. In looking at Tim's history with Connor, it is also necessary to acknowledge the limitations that may have been placed on writers from an editorial standpoint, leading to several incidents where the bond between Connor and Tim is gestured to but not outright stated. Later on in Teen Titans number 34, after the death of Superboy, Tim went as far as to secretly try to create another clone of Connor. Oh, that's a bad idea. From the DNA of Lex Luthor and Superman. He tried 99 times but was ultimately unsuccessful in bringing Connor back. Enraged when his last trial failed, Tim smashed up his lab, punching an image of Connor so hard that the screen cracked. When Wonder Girl, Cassie Sandsmark, Connor's girlfriend, discovered the commotion, she said, You were pretending all this time that you'd moved on, but you haven't. This keeps up with the pattern of Tim directly hiding his feelings, one that Urban Legends number 6 finally resolves with him deciding to be open about his romantic feelings for Bernard. Blah. What's this? I don't know. I'm assuming that's tangentially relevant, but anyway. There's subtle, there's an attempt at subtle, there's a big neon sign saying I'm not being subtle, and then there's that. Likewise in Teen Titans number 2, this is some serious research by the way. After Connor returns to find that Tim is no longer Robin but Red Robin, he remarks that he refuses to call Damian Wayne by Tim's old codename. Connor says, I don't care what costume you or him wears, as far as I'm concerned you're my Robin, always will be. In response, Tim turns around to look at Connor and says, and you'll always be my clone boy. Come on. Come on! Once Connor was removed from the main DC continuity, his presence in Tim's life was still alluded to in Detective Comics number 967. In talking about an alternate, older version of himself that he had met, Tim said he talked about a friend that I should have, someone named Connor. And I feel that name tugging on my heart and I don't know why. Clearly after all this time, Connor still has a special presence over Tim's life and is still someone he feels love for even if he doesn't remember who he is. While any of these instances could be read as the result of a particularly strong friendship, they were just really good friends. The cumulative effect makes it clear that one or both of them has romantic feelings for the other. Tim Drake having romantic feelings for men in addition to women may come as a surprise to some fans, but nearly 2 decades of comics have, with varying degrees of subtlety, like getting hit over a brick, getting hit over the head with a brick, with the hole in the closet, coming out of the closet thing. Come on. Alluded to this fact. Thus, Tim officially coming out as queer is not a fundamental change to his character, but rather an ultimate expression of it. Because he had already had these feelings with Connor Kent, his going on a date with Bernard allows him to pursue a romantic avenue that he had previously been unable to. This not only signifies a positive change for LGBTQ+ representation in DC Comics and beyond, but also for Tim Drake's Robin himself as a young person discovering his identity. There we go. So, yeah. Anyways, so let me come back. So characters can only be LGBT+ if they are part of the LGBT+ community IRL. It feels like trying to put everyone in a neat little box. Yes, exactly. I don't like that idea. I don't like the idea that, you know, we can only have the queer characters over here and the straight characters over here. Like, that's simplifying it far too much in my view, in my perspective. And I think if we're to start saying that a character who has previously been expected to be cis or expected to be heterosexual or anything like that cannot change their sexuality or gender identity. Whether we want to admit it to ourselves or not, our entertainment definitely informs our viewpoints on the world, and good entertainment can serve as a way to educate us about the way things really work, even if it's something that can be as wildly unrealistic as comics, you know, as off the wall as comic books. What was I going to say? So, you know, our perspectives are informed by the media we consume, whether that's like news media or whether that's by entertainment media. And putting this kind of stuff into comics and video games and books and everything like that, like if you have a character you previously thought was completely straight and then suddenly they want to date a guy, that's not really... I really don't see it as a retcon, is the thing. You know, I'm personally looking at it and I'm not seeing it as a retcon. Like, a retcon would be... What's a better example of a retcon? Does someone have an idea that's a better example of a retcon? Like, Batman killed a certain character, but then later on they're talking about a certain character and they say that Wonder Woman killed that character instead. That's a retcon, right? That's, you know... Oh, by the way, the thing that you historically recall happening in this comic from way back when... We're just going to change the character to be... We're going to change the way that those events unfolded, or talk about them in a different way, or like bringing a character back from the dead with no real reason. It's like, wait, didn't we kill you off? Well, actually, no, I'm not dead. Surprise, I survived somehow. Superman was actually a human, and he took He took the Superman serum, which we totally didn't rip off from Captain America or something. I don't know. Comics rip each other off all the time. Anyway. Robin being revealed as secretly evil. All of these years, Batman, I was the bad guy behind everything. The biggest retcon you can recall is the whole death in the family equals Red Hood situation. I know the vaguest bit about that, but I'm not sure of the details. Again, I'm not really a comics person, but just in terms of general media representation, especially of queer people, I I feel like you can't just say they're retconning his sexuality. It's more they're opening the door to exploring his sexuality in terms of the actual content. The Doctor at the end of The Last of Us was black, but in The Last of Us 2, they retconned him into being white. Wait, really? Really? Yeah, that's a good retcon if that's true. I can't remember. I haven't played Last of Us in ages, and I haven't played Last of Us 2 at all. Did they really? Oh my god. Hang on. As far as I recall, you don't actually have to kill him. Last of Us, Doctor. Oh my god, you're right! Oh, I mean, maybe? It's hard to tell. I don't know. It's hard to tell. No, I don't know. But he does look different. I will say this, he looks a lot different. Was black, now he's white. Let's have a look at this thread on Reddit. Oh, okay, interesting. Lighting and stuff. Alright, so here's a picture that's displayed of him dying. And it says physical description, African American. Ethnicity, African American. They probably didn't want Abby to be POC so they don't get controversy for making the POC character the bad guy. Oh my god. Yeah, just go to Reddit. I mean, are we going to take this that seriously? They've got a screenshot. That's all the evidence I need to justify that one. But then, like, if you look it up, if the wiki says that, I mean, how we even... This is the best picture I can find, which, yeah, is, like, lighting. Like, that just looks like a white guy in dim lighting. This is the Firefly Doctor in The Last of Us 1 unmasked. And then here's the... I think that's supposed to be a picture of the guy in... as he is in the game. As he is in The Last of Us 2, because there's, like, flashback sequences. Yeah, I think someone who did the wiki might have just, misinterpreted it. I think. Because I don't think there's any actual details about this guy in the game. He's just there for that split second where you slit his throat. I don't think he's got a whole lot of lore until the second game. By the way, Necro, I'm sorry that I missed this. And I've got to, like... I've got to do the whole thing. And yeah, Reddit's a good source of information. Totes. Us, there you go. Flexing on you. Reddit's where, yeah, he was just an extra, basically. He's not a character until the second game. He's just a guy that's there that you have to kill to get out of the way so you can get to Ellie. He's not someone that has a whole backstory or any dialogue. Yeah, it's a retcon, but maybe the degree of it isn't super important. I mean, yeah. I mean, another retcon example I would use, and it's not really a huge one. It's not a massive thing, but Cole McGrath from Infamous, right? Which they ended up resolving this a little bit, but they originally released a trailer that showed Cole McGrath looking so dramatically different between the first game and the second game. But in the first game, he looks like this, right? And he's got a really gruff voice. He's got this really gruff, deep, it's like, my name is Cole McGrath kind of voice. Excuse me. And in the second game, they change him so he looks like this. And then all of a sudden, he's got this, like, much younger sounding, much fresher voice. And he looks more youthful, and all of a sudden... Like, I mean, it's not a huge thing, but originally in the... what's it called? Oh, yeah, this is what I'm thinking of. In the original teaser trailer for Infamous 2, this is what he looked like. It's like, that's not even the same dude. I mean, yeah, he's just a generic white guy, but it's not even the same dude. They dramatically changed his look, and then after the backlash to that, they went back and edited him to look a lot more similar to the first game, which I appreciate, at least. Like, I like Infamous a lot. If I could get the if I had the opportunity, I'd love to stream it, but I think I need a special capture card to stream PS3 games. Either that, or I would need to... Does the PS5 have backwards compatibility of PS3 games? Does anyone know? I could say the same thing with the old early 2000s Time Commando games. Then they changed it and they lose the style and feel of the original, but said it wasn't a reboot, it was a sequel. I'd have to look that up. Hang on, let's look up Time Commando. We have generic white guy at home, Infamous 2 Common. To be fair, I do like Cole McGrath's design in the release version of Infamous 2. I do like what they did with the character, but I still can't get over the fact that his voice changed so dramatically. So that didn't change. His voice changed dramatically, and his look changed from whatever the fuck they were going for, like 2005 boy band member, to a little bit more typical. You're just going off the old memory banks here. Okay. Anyway. Retcons and all this kind of fun stuff. It's been interesting for the first hour or so of the stream, but we haven't really talked about anything. But I do want to do what I do want to start with for tonight. I mean, start with. If we want to get off mainstream media. I mean, this is back onto mainstream media, but a different kind of mainstream media. If we want to get off entertainment media for a little bit and we don't want to talk about news and stuff, there's a thing. Tucker, I have no facial expression Carlson. Other than... the Prophet of Truth, the Prophet of Truth. Prophet of Truth from Halo 2 into Halo 3 was a bit janky. I never got into the Halo games, and I feel like maybe one of these days I should try them properly. I feel like I've missed the boat, though, honestly. I like how the angry emote has got a little bow. It's just like, it's the cherry on top for that emote. It works so well. Anyway. Let's have a look at this. Tucker Carlson claims we lost to the Taliban because of gender studies.
But first, since Kabul has just fallen, it might be worth asking the most obvious question of all. Why did the Taliban win? How did the 6th century triumph over the 21st century?
Oh my god, dude.
There are indications that the single most notorious and reviled government in the world, primitive people famous for their brutality, rigidity, and humorlessness.
I feel like using phrases like the 6th century and primitive and all that kind of stuff is just like... I don't know. You could pick different words there, but he's not gonna... You know, did they have M16s and M14s in the 6th century? Yeah, he knows they have guns, right?
Are more popular in parts of Afghanistan than they were when we expelled the mullahs from Kandahar 20 years ago. They don't seem to be less popular. So how did that happen? What's the answer? We ought to pause to think about that. Let's not just blow past it like it was an act of God. It's not. What is the answer? Well, countries are very complicated, all of them, so there are likely many answers.
Oh, your pizza's going to be arriving, you bastard. I want pizza. The Taliban also had helicopters. Yeah, it's like, what's this 6th century primitive kind of like... You know what he's really saying when he says that. And I'm not defending the Taliban by any stretch. But you know what he's really saying there. You could see right through his bullshit.
But one of those answers may be that the population of Afghanistan has firmly rejected what our leaders were selling it over 20 years. It turns out that the people of Afghanistan don't actually want gender studies symposia.
Kabul has just been overrun by a terrorist organization because gender studies.
They didn't actually buy the idea that men can become pregnant. They thought that was ridiculous.
Cheap ass bitch.
Thank you,
Cheap
Sarah.
ass bitch.
I have lost my ability to can.
They don't hate their own masculinity. They don't think it's toxic. They like the patriarchy.
Oh, for God's sake, dude, this is not what this is about, dickhead.
Some of their women like it too. So now they're getting it all back. So maybe it's possible that...
So wait, is he defending the
10
Taliban?
out of 10.
10 out of 10. Thank you for the 10 out of 10, Sarah. Is he defending the Taliban here? What's he getting at? Is he saying he wants the US to be more like the Taliban? What's he getting at? What's his deal here?
We failed in Afghanistan because the entire neoliberal program is grotesque. It's a joke. It's contrary to human nature. It answers none of our deepest human desires.
How does religion answer any of our deepest human desires or answer any of those questions, Tucker? You know that's what he's leaning into, by the way.
It is merely a performance staged for the performer. It's not even supposed to improve your life.
You support neoliberal economics?
It's ridiculous. And ideas that ridiculous can only be imposed by force, only with armed men at gunpoint. The moment these ideas are not mandatory, the second the troops withdraw, in fact,
that is literally a fashy statement right there. These ideas need, like, the rigid gender binary, the patriarchy, only women having babies and all that kind of shit. He's literally arguing in favor of encouraging and enforcing those ideas with lethal force. He's arguing in favor of the rigid gender binary by force. That's fascism, dickhead.
People tend to revert to the lives that they prefer to live. That may be the real lesson of Afghanistan. Let's hope our leaders notice it.
This is the real lesson of The real lesson of Afghanistan is the big SJWs are destroying Western civilization. Is he okay? Can someone check on Tucker Carlson and make sure he's doing all right? Is everything okay at home? Tucker, are you right? He's not all right. Anyway, so it's even dumber than terminally online conservatives on Twitter saying they support the Oh, I loved that.
Another round.
Hey!
On you.
Sarah, thank you for the 9 biddies. I loved that. That was fucking stupid as all fuck. When I started seeing TERFs posting shit saying that incels know what a woman is, and the Taliban knows what a woman is, and then the left, it's like some gibberish about how, actually, it's hard to define a woman, blah, 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 blah. It's like, really, you're going to side with incels and the Taliban? God, show your entire ass, why don't you? That's a bit much, isn't it? Have you considered, Tucker, and hear me out here, that the Taliban were financed and armed by the CIA, and then the US Army came in and committed all the war crimes imaginable, so the Taliban seemed like the better alternative to the US. And now you're all out of bits. Well, thank you for those bits. Tucker Carlson is just one of those people where he first shows up and he seems slightly okay, but the longer he stays on them, the longer he stays on, the more unhinged and asshole-ish he is. Yeah, exactly. Keep in mind, Fox was sued because of Tucker, and they got off by saying nobody in their right mind would believe him. I still love that. That's so good. Emma, hello. How you doing? What's the news? What's going on? Oh, that's fucking hilarious. That's unironically hilarious. Seriously, who's poop? But the problem is, people definitely are paying attention to him. UK TERFs, the incel shooting was trans people's fault. Also, UK TERFs, the incel knew what a woman is. Fucking hell, let's talk about the incel. Okay, let's talk about the incel. Let's get onto this. Yes, I have seen that, Natalie. It's fucking great. It's fucking great. Oh, piss off. We say that you're using an ad blocker, innit? Maybe because I don't want your fucking ads, cunt. Have you thought about that? Anyway, and thank you for disabling your ad blocker. I'm just reading it in an incognito window. Plymouth shooting, social media checks for gun license applicants in wake of attack. Police forces will be asked to review all existing applications for firearm licenses. I'm going to turn the volume down on the music a little bit. Can barely hear myself. Applicants for a gun license will be subject to social media checks as the Home Office has ordered every police force in England and Wales to review all existing applications to hold a firearm. The move marks a substantial tightening of existing firearm controls, which will see applicants' social media accounts vetted before they are granted a license. Which, honestly, I feel like it's a good idea. It comes in the wake of the mass shooting in Plymouth when 22-year-old Jake Davison shot dead 5 people. His social media accounts revealed he was radicalized by the misogynist incel internet subculture. And there's a good video by Cabernacle we can watch on that if you would like to. I wouldn't mind watching that if you folks want to. The Home Office also recommended that the police shooter should consider whether they need to revisit existing gun licenses. It comes as the department prepares to publish statutory guidance on firearm licensing, which will aim to ensure greater consistency and higher standards of decision-making for applications. A Home Office source said incidents such as Thursday's horrific events in Plymouth are thankfully rare, but their impact is profound, not only on those directly affected, but on the public as a whole. We are bringing forward new guidance to improve how people applying for firearms license are assessed in future, including social media checks. But today, as a matter of urgency, we are asking the police to review their practices and whether any existing licenses need to be looked at again. This will help reassure people that all necessary checks have been made to keep them safe. I'll bring it up. Oh, whatever. I'll do it in my regular browser. Wait. On Sunday, the family of Plymouth shooting victim Stephen Washington said their world has been turned upside down in the blink of an eye as they paid tribute to him. I honestly, I just want to say this right now. I was shocked when my grandmother passed away recently. But she was 90. You know, she was 90 years of age. You could tell she was getting on, you know, and it was kind of just a foregone conclusion. I cannot fathom how it must feel to get the news that a family member has just been shot dead in a mass shooting. And I hope I never have to feel that pain. You know, I wouldn't wish that on anybody, but it's just like, I can't even picture it. And I can't even picture what kind of person it would take to commit that kind of atrocity. I don't know. Maybe I'm sheltered. Anyway, the 59-year-old, one of 5 people killed by Davison on Thursday night, was a devoted family man and a loving husband, father, grandfather, and best friend, they said in a statement. Mr. Washington was the 4th victim during Davison's shooting spree, gunned down in front of horrified onlookers in a park in the Kiam area of the city. His widow, Sheila, described him as her soulmate, saying, "Fly high, you've earned your angel wings." Davison shot his 51-year-old mother, also known as Maxine Chapman, at a house in Biddick Drive before he went into the street and shot dead Sophie, aged 3, and her father, Lee Martin, 43. Oh, God. Jesus, I didn't know that. He killed Mr. Washington, 59, in a nearby park before shooting Kate Shepard, 66, who later died at Derriford Hospital. Questions are continuing to mount over how gunman Davison, 22, obtained a firearms license and carried out his spree before turning the gun on himself, because the laws around obtaining a gun in the UK are very, very strict. Local MP Luke Pollard questioned the country's current gun legislation and demanded to know how Davison's license was restored to him by the police. The MP for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport said it was necessary to examine the system behind the allocation of gun licenses to avoid a similar tragedy taking place elsewhere in the UK. There we go. So, yeah, let's have a look at this Cavanacle video. How do you say his name? The Cavanacle. Here we go. I only just recently found out about this guy from NCC. But yeah. Meow, meow, meow. Hello, Sabercat. How's it going? Less shocked with people shot than going to a union meeting recently and seeing how many reps died last year of COVID. 36 people you casually knew from all different areas of transport. Here's a video. Well, that's unfortunate. Struggling with getting anything done, I know that feeling. Keep getting redirecting to other servers and having to spend 20 minutes repeating the whole story every time. Oh my god, that's awful. There is a conspiracy that the shooter did the shooting because he was secretly trans. I mean, I do want to discuss this idea just based on ContraPoints' little thing about incels and Cavanacle's video here, because I can kind of, it's a conspiracy, but there are certain behaviors that might, that I think severely repressed trans people might experience. I mean, I've mentioned before that I've had a bit of a period that wasn't necessarily incelish. I certainly wasn't a part of any incel communities, but I definitely shared certain thought processes and mindsets. You know, I was hideously ugly, no girl would ever want me, I'm not a Chad, and all this kind of stuff, like back when I was young, back before I realized I was a chick. But anyway, here's this video. Let's watch Cavanacle.
UK politics on this channel, despite obviously living in the UK. But today I actually did want to talk about UK politics because we've had the worst mass shooting in, I think, 11 years, and it is fitting into this trend.
Did I hear about the British 4chaner who decided to vacation to Afghanistan for the lulz and is now stuck in the middle of that situation? I did. I haven't looked at the finer details, but there's a bit of it that's kind of like, yeah, it's pretty funny. I have not looked into the specifics of it. This is what he No, this is not the guy. This is Cavanacle. Cavanacle is the guy reporting on the shooter's social media history
of incel, I guess, terrorists and incel shooters.
Oh, okay.
that has been like sweeping.
Okay, I thought you were saying, is this the other guy? Because, I mean, there's similarities in terms of like facial hair and stuff. Hello, Smudge.
Western countries, and of course like Elliot Rodgers in America was one of the more prominent examples of that back in 2014, and held up as some sort of like hero in
I just can't watch people at more than their base speed. Honestly, I just can't. It makes it hard for me to focus on what's being said.
Culture. And we're going to actually look at the guy who did it. We're actually going to look at his Reddit page, which shows you a lot about this guy, him posting in like the Virgin subreddit.
I mean, his facial hair is well kept.
Subreddit's also dedicated to trying to help people.
It's like, it's scruffy, but it's like, you can tell he maintains it in a certain way. Does that make sense? Like, it's an intentional look.
Stop being incels. And then we're just going to talk about the broader culture.
Now we're getting stuck into aesthetics. It's like when you see that haircut that certain dudes have, and it looks like a mess, but in order to get that, you're not just going to get that hair look by waking up one day and your hair's like this perfect, messy cuteness or whatever you want to go with. Like, there are these dudes who will spend a lot of time to give their hair a messy look by using certain products and styling it a certain way. It's never unintentional.
Of incel violence that we've been seeing in the last 7
like no makeup,
years. Now, this stuff, like I was saying, is very fresh. It actually happened yesterday, so I think we should start by covering the news angle of this. So BBC reporting a couple hours ago, it says Jack Davison, who killed 5 people, including a young girl, and it's also been revealed one person who he killed was his own mother as well. In Plymouth was a licensed firearm holder, police revealed. The 22-year-old shot 2 women, 2 men, and the 3-year-old girl in a deadly 6-minute spree in a Caham area of the city on Thursday evening.
God, the 3-year-old child thing just hits me like a ton of bricks. God, I'm a parent, for those of you unaware, so that kind of shit is just like really fucking heavy. Honestly, really sit down. This is one of my children. My hairiest one.
Police said the incident, the worst mass shooting in Britain since 2010, is not terror-related, so that's an interesting thing to keep in mind, that the police think this has nothing to do with terrorism, like a political ideology. In online videos, Davison spoke of being beaten.
I agree, Draco. How do you kill a child, right? It's... I don't even know. Because children are so innocent. Children have got... You can... and don't get me wrong, this is an atrocious shooting, and I don't think anybody involved in this, any victim of this, deserved it by any stretch of the imagination. But I can see situations where an adult could look at another adult and experience such a violent burst of outrage that they would try to kill them, right? I can see justifying that, but I cannot... And I mean, I'm not justifying shootings like this, of course, because all of these people are outright victims. They did not do anything to facilitate this attack. Not victim blaming by any stretch. But a child, how can you ever, under any circumstance, justify violence against a child to the point that would kill them? And I mean, that's really the crux of all this, isn't it?
Down and defeated by life. Devon and Cornwall Police Chief Constable Sean Sawyer said Davison was a firearms license holder. He said the weapon used in the shooting had been described as a pump-action shotgun, but police couldn't confirm, saying, "We believe we have an incident that is domestically related, that has spilled into the street and seen several people lose their lives in tragic circumstances." So Davison murdered a 51-year-old woman who was known to him, and this is believed to be his mother. He then went onto the street and he shot and killed a young girl and killed the male relative of that girl. Then he shot another woman and another man. Then he went into a park where he shot another 59-year-old man who died at the scene, and then moved to Henderson Place where he shot a woman 66 who also later died. In online videos, because it's...
And you know, like, according to the Gun Violence Archive in the US, children between 0 to 11, 198 deaths and 500 injured. When, though? Is that like for the past year, or when's that been? Guns allow a separation of attacker and victims just shooting at targets. That is a very good point, actually. Yeah. Because if you were, say, up close, if you were in a hand-to-hand conflict, it's a much higher risk to the person. This year, okay. That's awful. Jesus. Excuse me. But like if you're in a hand-to-hand confrontation, if you're in a close quarters combat confrontation, it's you know, I think it's much harder for most people to put their lives on the line and that kind of thing. And having a gun, it'd be a power trip. And this is one of the major reasons that I'm not very pro-gun. I mean, I'm kind of up and down on gun rights all the time. I'm kind of happy that I live in a country where it's not at all easy to get a gun. But then I say shit like this happened in the UK, a place where it seems like the gun laws are only slightly more liberal with gun ownership. And when I say liberal, I mean like open, not like liberal politics, but you know what I mean. You know, slightly easier than Australia. It's very, very restrictive here in Australia. You can't really get a gun in most circumstances, and I'm happy with that because this kind of thing is most likely not going to happen to me. But I don't know, God, this is frightening.
This guy had a YouTube channel. Davison said he was socially isolated, struggled to meet women, and made references to incels, signing off on an 11-minute video, which appears to be his last. He said, "I know it's a movie, but I like to think sometimes I'm the Terminator or something. Despite reaching almost total system failure, he keeps trying to accomplish his mission." Now, I just want to play part of this video for you. I'm not going to probably play the footage, but I'll just play for audio so you can hear him sort of talk about this stuff.
That drive that I once had, that's gone now. You know, I try, and I always keep trying. But it's like, I'm at the point now where it's like, why do I even bother? Like, for what? You know? I'm still in the same house, same situation, same position. Still, everything's still the same. For the most part, it's just been me against the world. It's just been me fighting an uphill battle with a big rock on my back, you know, while I'm seeing that don't deserve half of anything. Now they're getting a free ride to the...
I'm assuming he might have said something like whores or sluts or something, just based on the rest of the context around that sentence.
top. The whole premise of the Terminator movies is that, you know, everything's rigged against you. There's no hope for humanity. You know, we're on the brink of extinction. You know, these machines are unstoppable, killing machines that can't be beaten, can't be outsmarted. But yet, humanity still tries to fight to the end. And I know it's a movie, but it's, you know, I like to think sometimes, you know, I'm a Terminator or something. And
bit of a weird analogy.
Despite you know, reaching almost total system failure, he keeps trying to accomplish his mission, you know.
So obviously an extremely tragic shooting, and the UK, of course, has very, very strong gun laws. To get access to one, you have to pass so many background checks. To have one in your house.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, I like to think sometimes I'm a Terminator. That's like saying I like to think sometimes I'm the alien. Like, honestly, the analogy there could probably be pretty similar. Jador, how you doing? What's going on? That's a really kind of really very not good thing to say. Oh my god. I mean, we know that this is the issue, right? And I don't want to use this particular terminology, but this is someone who has obviously been disturbed in a very big way and was not receiving any help that he needed. The problem, of course, is once you bring up that kind of thing, once you go down that road, you open up the path to ableist discussions, and in some ways, it can lean into other bigotries. You know, this is the problem here. We're getting to a point with regards to mass shooters where it's like we can't. I don't know, it feels like a right-wing talking point to say, this person was mentally ill, but you can see the signs of legitimate mental illness brought on by general social conditions, I think, which is where a lot of mental illness manifests is in social conditions, or at least modern social conditions. Not that mental illness is a new thing by any stretch, it's not, but although diagnoses are much more of a new thing anyway. Can't believe it happened in the UK. Yeah, I know. When I heard it's like, oh, okay, another shooting in America. It's like, wait, Plymouth? Is there a Plymouth in, like, Texas where this England? Okay.
I think you even have to show, like, the authorities that you have, like, a safe type thing to store it in. I know like one person who owns a firearm in the UK. So this sort of thing is of course extremely rare in this country.
Plymouth Rock.
I only remember like 2 in my lifetime. There's probably been a couple more. So hearing this news the other day, it's not like America. It was pretty crazy. Now, typing in incels on Reddit and sorting by new about like 5 hours ago or so, before a lot of the mainstream news outlets kind of picked up on this, I found his Reddit account, and you can tell it's his Reddit account because he posts links to his YouTube channel. So he posts on the Doomer subreddit.
Oh god, the Doomer. And here I am looking like this. Fucking hell.
Missing out on teenage love and experiences, and people who say it's not. And there's a picture of his thumbnail. 23-year-old virgin autist. There's another one. He also posted a picture on Rate Me.
Can I just bring up the fact that, especially with the fact that he's titled the video 23-year-old virgin autist and things of that nature, especially the fact that, and I'm going to harp on the, excuse me, I'm going to harp on the mental illness thing for just a moment, in such a way that we all live in a very, very online society right now. And as you folks have seen with the hate raids that people are receiving on Twitch, I saw a clip the other day of a POC woman who had received one of these hate raids, had been spammed with racial slurs in her chat, and had been exposed to just outright despicable, hateful bullshit, right? And she had broken down to tears and said she was going to continue her stream without her camera on because she didn't want her audience to see her like that, right? And I think it's important to note that given we live in such an online culture right now, and we're constantly exposed to things like, for example, the virgin autist thing. Virgin is still routinely used as an insult to degrade someone who's never had sex. Autistic is still used as, like, you know, the thing is mocking autistic people. Autistic people are often degraded for being autistic, told they're special ed and all that kind of nonsense. Routinely dehumanized. We always have to face all these different things that make us question ourselves, and that does huge mental damage, especially when, like I mentioned earlier, we live in a culture where everyone's online all the time, and the sheer anonymity of all of it allows for a lot of easily accessible abuse. You can just create throwaway accounts on Reddit, on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, Twitch, and all that kind of thing. Hurl abuse at somebody, throw as much hatred at them as you possibly can, and not everyone is going to have the stomach to get through it. Not everyone's going to be able to look at this. Like, I look at the transphobic stuff that I see posted in my chat all the time, and it does take a toll on me, and don't get me wrong, but the majority of the time I can just brush it off. And some people simply do not have the mental fortitude to lock that shit away and just toss it aside and water off a duck's back, that kind of thing. You know, so it can have a significant impact on people emotionally, and that can lead to really significantly awful results like we're seeing here. I think that might be sort of a case. And of course, being a part of, say, like Doomer subreddits or incel places on the internet and all that kind of thing, where especially incel culture online, where they all congregate in the one place, they tend to build their community around all the things that are wrong with themselves, all the things they perceive as wrong with themselves. Like, there's a big thing in incel culture. If you've watched ContraPoint's video on incels, you'll know all about this. About how they'll post selfies and they'll nitpick at all their flaws, and there'll be entire comment threads saying, here's why you're not getting girls. You've got a weak jawline. You've got a weak brow ridge and blah, 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 blah. They'll just phrenology the fuck out of each other to the point where they're just destroying any sense of self-esteem whatsoever, you know? Anyway. Yeah, is used to degrade autism because it's just mocking a common autistic stereotype, I suppose, of certain autistic people do have reactions that probably sound like some kind of screeching or something along those lines. I haven't experienced it personally. Like, I haven't seen an autistic person who has that kind of specific behavior, but it is and always has been a way to mock autistic people. And yeah, let's be honest, every time society, especially Western society, comes up with a word to medically or psychologically refer to things such as autism, there's always some idiots using to ruin it by using it as an insult. Yeah, and that's been a thing going back before common use of the internet. Let's be real. Stuff like the arsler is a good example. People are getting very online isolated and sometimes get stuck in unsafe spaces, bad echo chambers. Exactly. Hello, Amanda. You have some good news. Please hit us with it because we love some good news. Sometimes the words used were insulting anyway, but nonetheless, culturally, I don't understand why we allow this to happen. Because a lot of people are just callous, and it's very easy to laugh at degradation. It's very easy to laugh at somebody else for what you perceive as their inferiorities. A lot of people, and I still do this, I still have this toxic trait in some ways. A lot of people are looking for a reason to feel better than somebody else, and they will go to sometimes the most shallow surface level kind of thing to mock someone. Just because it gives them an ego boost. When you get to bully someone, when you get to look down on somebody and say, I'm better than you for this reason, it's a huge ego boost. Finally got 2 comic strips done. They're in Japanese, but I'm kind of proud of them, even though your art is really bad. I guarantee your art is not really bad, Amanda. I'd love to see them if you're willing to share them. Anyway, congratulations.
So what I want to do now is go through a lot of these posts to kind of just show you this guy's ideology. And I don't know if I'm alone in feeling this, but it feels really like kind of eerie now, like reading through a Reddit profile of someone who's detailed a lot of the reasons for why he's kind of done this shooting. And seeing the psychology behind this stuff is obviously like illuminating, but...
Hang on a moment, we'll have a look at this. That's not the button I wanted to press, but anyway. And most of these guys in these communities that are ugly are not ugly by any means. Is that what you mean? Like, yeah, they obsess over looks, but they're not like... The problem is... They're obsessing over looks because culturally we're conditioned to see certain types of people as more attractive than others, without realizing that, like, what's a good example here? Like, I used to think that I was hideous. I used to hate numerous facets of myself that I thought I'd look in the mirror and I'd hate myself. And then I'd go on a date with this girl and she's like, oh my God, I can't believe you said yes to going on a date with me. It's a huge ego boost in the moment. But that entire time, I'm just like, why would anyone ever want to date me? I'm ugly. I'm atrocious. These days, I like the way I look, honestly. But when you get so caught up in your insecurities because you're not perfect like the people you see on Instagram or whatever, it's a huge mentally taxing thing. Anyway. My nose is running. And where were we? A lot of people put people down to make them feel better about their own situation. But at least I'm not them, exactly. That's why you're no longer on Twitter, as you were dogpiled for 6 weeks when me and a guy were talking about losing our fathers, and the narrative I was painted as by these people was I was all the things in the right-wing bingo card just because a stupid woman came into the conversation and told me and the guy whose dad was 48 hours dead to check our privilege, and my major crime was to block this woman and say how cold her comment was and her followers. God, that's stupid. Anyway, Amanda, let's have a look at your comic. I honestly really like your art. Really, really good work. I'm just going to say that right now. You're doing good. You're doing good. Very pog. Anyway. Keep going. Keep doing it. It's good stuff. We see so many more beautiful people, and then less attractive people are publicly ridiculed. Exactly. And that just leads to, what that leads to, right, is psychologically, we see all these pretty people all of the time, where they have put so much effort into their appearance in numerous ways. Like me, for example, I put my makeup on, I do my hair a certain way, I pick the right clothes to wear that I think make me look good. I've been working out for 5 years, so like my body looks a certain way that I think is, I'm still not happy with it by any stretch of the imagination. I'll go back onto Instagram later on and I'll see these women with these like fucking 8-packs and obliques that look like they've just been laser cut. And anyway, like, you get the point. Like, we nitpick at everything, and in a lot of ways I think when we see these really ridiculously unrealistically attractive people all the time thrown at us in media and advertising and social media and all of these different things, it does lead to people like this shooter and like other people out there to just give up on taking care of their appearance because they realize they'll never be that perfect. And to that end, because they stop taking care of their appearance, they stop they stop grooming, they stop maybe showering, brushing their teeth, whatever. They don't do whatever it is, they don't fix their hair up or whatever. That will just feed into worsening and worsening self-attitudes. So they will begin to self-loathe more and more and more, and it will just sink them deeper into a depression, which is all socially constructed around us. You know, you see all the attractive people all the time, you feel like you're not putting enough effort into your own appearance, and then it just leads to you not putting any more effort into your appearance again and again and again, which we should not judge our self-worth on our appearances, but we can't lie and say that appearance is not a huge thing in terms of social convention. Envy, hi, how you doing? There you go. Let's continue. I hope I'm making sense, but anyway.
Also quite disturbing. So I wanted to start with this one, this post on Rate Me. So he posted a photo of himself and he said, 22-year-old male, where do I rate? And he posted like images and videos of himself and he said, this video I recorded a month or two ago, just seeing what I look like. Apologise for this weird tone of it and me posing in it as it was just a random video. Still a male, virgin 22-year-old, never had a GF, kissed a girl, etc. Why can't I get a single match on Tinder? Sure, I'm somewhat fat, but I'm built, 6 foot tall. Judge for yourself and rate where you would say I'm at. Sometimes in photos I feel I look disgusting though, and I believe they knock me down so much and make me much less attractive. I know I should try and meet more people in person, but I haven't spoken to a girl since I was 17, and now it feels impossible to meet girls. So you can already see there him.
It's definitely impossible to meet girls these days because we're in a pandemic.
Kind of blaming girls for his own problems. Obviously you can see super insecure about his own looks. Not that I would say he's like the most ugly guy, and I think it plays into a lot of the things about these incels is it's all in their own head. And even people saying, you know, you're handsome, maybe cut the body fat. Someone else saying, I'm 17-year-old gay and my heart skipped the beat when I saw your photos. You're a solid 9.5 out of 10. Someone else saying, hey, since your amazing pics include yourself shirtless, you may want to label the post not safe for work. Not complaining though. Now, dude, you're really attractive. Your facial hair suits you. Only thing I would say is maybe style your hair and smile. And then in response to this, he says, I haven't spoken to a girl since I was 17 unless 1 or 2 word responses to cashiers counts as speaking to a girl. Need to get out more, but it's been so long. Now the mental barriers have been built up so strongly. It feels like even speaking to a woman is damn near impossible. I need to break that mental barrier, but lockdown in UK is really not helping. I work in a male-dominated environment and stick to myself after leaving school, so don't have any friends, haven't had friends since school. Really, hopefully, with lockdown in UK coming to an end and maybe places I can meet up with people will start to be easier now. So in another comment on this post, he says, when I did interact with girls, it did seem they liked me, or at a bare minimum were open and friendly towards me. I've had opportunities, but I could never get over asking a girl out. Stupid, really. Now I'm older, not going to let such BS stop me.
Now I'm older really sticks out to me. The guy was 22 or 23 or something like that. Now I'm older, which is a thing that, we mentioned in the ContraPoints thread as we read it yesterday, where she was talking about how a lot of incels get to a certain point in their early 20s and they've got this weird ephebophilic obsession with the idea of teenage romance. I never had a teenage romance. And thus that feeds into their own insecurities. They're so far gone in their self-worth that they can't take positive comments in. Exactly. Yes, it's awful. Put a second video on Whispers It's a Guide to Being with Cats. Oh, interesting. Someone who recently figured out they're bi and attracted to you, you tend to be attracted to more... you tend to be attracted to effeminate guys and fine women, not as huge as you feel. I still struggle with like the size thing, and like that's tricky. It's like one of my biggest points of not dysphoria but body dysmorphia, I think, is when I'm sitting down and like let's just say I'm just wearing a crop top and I look down, I'm like, oh my god, I've got a disgusting, horrendous gut. And then I'll post a selfie on Twitter or something where you can see my abs. And I'm like, everyone's got body fat. And we got to stop taking so much, especially with the body fat thing. I'm so bad with the body fat thing. Anyway, I'm getting distracted.
But now I can't seem to meet anyone there. And online dating, I get absolutely nowhere at all. So I think even that post kind of like shows the problems with incels in general. Here you have a couple people telling him he is at least average looking. Some people saying he's good looking. And all the responses are just about how he can't get women, basically. And it shows you his mindset. But, you know, loads of other posts that we're going to get into show us even more and like who he blames for all this, who he blames for his own failings. So, Incels in Action, he posted in, guys who lost their virginity late in life, 20 plus, does it still bother you? saying, do you look back with regret? Does it affect you mentally, emotionally, perhaps even physically to this day? Or are you over that now? Are you genuinely happy and content with life, despite never having sex in your teen years? Or did the mental scars...
God, that's so creepy to hear that phrasing. Oh my god, despite never having sex in your teen years. Ugh! Ew! Oh my god, I want to vomit.
carry with you for the rest of your life. But then...
Again, it's like the obsession they have. The obsession they have with getting laid at like 16 or something. It's like, ugh. This is... Yeah, I didn't lose my virginity until I was about 20 either.
He was posting us...
It's literally not a big deal. It doesn't fucking matter. Mental scars from no teenage sex, right? It's low-key pedophilic, yeah, how much they're obsessed with it. It is. In a big way. And I mean, I can't say this unequivocally. I don't think they're the kind of people who are going to go out and start preying on children. It could certainly happen. But it's weird that they do get obsessed with it. And I mentioned this yesterday, where it's like there is this pretty big thing in media of portraying teenagers as... And, like, don't get me wrong, there's a reason that there's a lot of media geared towards teenagers that focuses on teenage romance. Because, yeah, like, a lot of kids in school are going to be dating for the first time and all that kind of stuff. So it portrays those things in a certain way. What do you want? My cat wants attention. And, yeah, because of that representation, it paints the image for a lot of people. It's like, oh, this must be what every other person at school is getting up to. You know, but it's not, you know.
Subreddit called Incel Exit, which is trying to like help people get out of this mindset that you clearly have. So then you have more stuff.
Hello,
so
Crab,
here
how's it going?
Should being ugly be considered a disability? And it says,
What? Wait, what? Specialist. Do you believe being ugly is a disability? What? Let me get back.
Exit, which is trying to like help people get out of this mindset that you clearly have. So then
The Sigma grind set.
you have more stuff. So here is, should being ugly be considered a disability? And it says, I believe it is, especially for males below a certain income level. Obviously, if you're a 3 out of 10 and earn 100k a year, it doesn't apply. But below a certain looks threshold, I believe they should get a payment every month for being short or not good looking. Opinions and views on this.
I mean, yeah, the body dysphoria is a thing, but like being, the way he's phrased it, being ugly. What is the clarifying as being ugly there? So here's the thing. Does having body dysphoria, which I have as well, does it qualify as a thing for, why is he saying it? Like, to get on disability? What's he getting at here? Anyway. American Pie movies have a lot to answer for. This let's get laid before we go to college stuff. Agreed. Hello, Jessica. Thank you for the love. Teens think they're a failure if they surpass 18 and they're still a virgin. I know, we put too much stock in the virgin thing. We really need to do away with that bullshit, because it's incredibly mentally draining to teens who are going through an already tumultuous time period. We all understand the culture makes it seem like a big deal, and other teens make it worse. The idea that your teenage years are your carefree or dramatic years of youth and beauty and learning how you attract people, it's permeated way too much. Yeah, exactly. It is the cutest cat in Twitch. After realizing you were trans, you just don't care about your virginity anymore. Not like you want to use that equipment now anyway. I can understand that. Anyway, being trans, I've heard reasonably argued as a thing that should be legally a disability. I mean, maybe. Because of the discrimination? Potentially. I can see that. But then if you say it's a disability, then that's just going to lead to more people. It's going to probably lead to worse things, you know. Because people do get... Do we want to compound the existing job discrimination with disability?
Enjoy your membership.
UJJ Space, thank you so kindly for the prime, you entire legend, you. Thank you so much. Some people think like a lot of people do think being disabled is lesser. I have no doubt in my mind that I've applied for jobs and been rejected because I do list myself as being disabled. I don't list myself as being trans, but you know.
Do you believe being ugly is a disability? I believe it is for an 8 or a 9 out of 10. Life just flows and occurs so easily and naturally for below average males. You've got to grind, pry, and struggle. So again, like his whole sense of inadequacy comes through on these posts, and most of these posts are, pretty similar. So there's another one in Virgin that says, does love hit as hard emotionally as an adult compared to a teen? Another one in Incel Exit saying, being a late bloomer in life. Another one saying, can an experienced woman really be content with an average guy? Saying, as a male virgin at 22, this worries me. a girl my age will likely be far more experienced than me.
Oh god, the obsession with female sexuality is so disturbing with this whole thing. I'm not going to say I wasn't slightly like this. I didn't need to have sex exactly to feel good about myself at 16, but I wanted to be wanted, wanted to have people that weren't douchebags attracted to me, and judged myself some feeling a bit hopeless that since I don't look much different through growing up, that when I got older no one would want to love me because they cared too much about specific looks. I mean, yeah, I can understand that. Saw being a virgin as a plus, not to lose ASAP because it wasn't a big deal regardless. That's a good way to look at it.
So it's just very, very clear this guy had so many problems with sexual inadequacy, seemed to think like 22 was extremely old, far too old to be like losing your virginity or getting women or anything like that. But then he talks about more like government programs to help with incels. So on Incel Exit he writes,
state mandated GFs.
There should be a government funded incel social program or rehab centre. And he says, I'm generally against social programs as I'm quite libertarian, but I do believe there's a place for them. I know it's properly unlikely because society doesn't care much or believe this is a big problem. However, inceldom and male sexlessness and generally males becoming disenfranchised is rising. I would say this kind of thing doesn't have to exclusively be for incels. I'm not sure exactly how it would be done, but a program that involves socializing incels around people and women in a supervised manner. And then he has some more posts on Incel Exit. What does the future look like with male sexlessness increasing every year?
What the fuck? Male sexlessness? What? At an all-time high. What is it? Male virginity and sexlessness is at an all-time high. Where's he getting these statistics from? Sorry, we shouldn't be laughing. It's pretty grim, this whole situation, but like out of context. Thought being a virgin was desirable. Maybe you just quit. Maybe.
Are normies just lying when they say sex and relationships are not a big deal? Now, this is one I want to get to because he, allegedly killed his mother. So he writes, 71 days ago, feel my mother has played a role in me being a male virgin. And he says, like, for example, all her female friends are all much uglier than her because she is too insecure. That's just one example of many, many negative traits. Truly a vile creature. And I mean this objectively.
What the fuck? What the entire fuck?
Don't get me wrong, I don't hate women because of her. I just feel she played a subconscious role in my inability to ask a girl out for her number. And he says it's...
What in the world? What did we just get read to us? What was that? Oh my god. All her female friends are much uglier than her. Oh my Jesus. Sigmund Freud just did a spit take at that. Like, what? The idea here is he had a bad example of womanhood from his mother and he grew up thinking all women were like this? What? Yeah, what? Is it possible his mom was a narcissist? I mean, maybe. We can't really know. Without any significant information on her, we can't really know. But I mean, what in the world? Oh, Jesus.
It's truly a vile creature, and I mean this objectively. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate women because of hitting a brick wall. Plenty of times girls have shown a lot of interest when younger at college, but I never asked them out. I'm almost 23. Don't even know how to meet even one woman. Haven't asked one since I was 17. And then, of course, is it surprising that someone like this also posts on the subreddit men's rights? So he writes with...
Sorry, the way he framed that. Is it at all surprising that this guy posts on the subreddit men's rights? Kind of with him on the reintegration thing. Germany has experimented with the same kind of thing with pedophiles. Oh, that's interesting.
For upvotes. Why do women struggle so badly to sympathise and understand men's plights, issues and problems in society and life, but as men we can easily sympathise and understand women's issues and problems?
What? 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 Okay, why do women struggle so badly to sympathise and understand men's plights, issues and problems in society and life, but as men we can easily sympathise and understand women's issues and problems? Dude, yesterday we looked at a meme of a man mansplaining bras to a woman. Like, I don't think so, sweetheart. How to ask a girl out? Hey, you're cute. You're so cute. Would you ever want to get coffee or a drink with me? Oh, the video stopped. Okay, whatever. So men understand it, but just don't do anything about it. Yeah, he has mummy issues. It seems like it. Some mothers can be a C word. Yeah, my best friend Scott, his mother used to tell him he was disgusting from a young age and tried to seduce me at his 15-year-old birthday party. Good lord. She went back to Barcelona, and me and Scott haven't seen her since 1994. Well, that's a positive at least. Everyone has problems, exactly. Woke up this morning to a man trying to mansplain a menstrual cycle to a cis woman. Oh yeah, men totally understand women's issues. Totally.
Said with like, ow.
Like whenever, like this is the thing, like with the men's rights thing specifically, anytime you bring up issues relating to women and the problems that women face, cis or trans, doesn't matter in this circumstance, anything that is a misogynistic problem, men love to chime in, what about the issues affecting men in society?
Irony, some guy blames his mother for his, like, you know, inadequacy, his problems with women, and then he writes, the title is self-explanatory. It seems women either just don't care or just don't understand or are so blinded by their belief that society is sexist and a patriarchy that they refuse to even believe men have gender-specific...
We literally do live in a patriarchy. You can't deny... It's not a belief, it's like literally observable, but go on.
...pronouns. Seems so many women just outright don't have a clue, but men rarely struggle with the problem when it comes to issues women have. Why is it like this? The irony isn't lost that this is on a subreddit called Men's Rights, talking about how they acknowledge the problems women have, but women can't acknowledge the problems men have, and he comments in his own post. P.S. for the feminists reading this, yes, some men might ignore women's issues, but pretty much most men can understand women's issues and the problems they deal with a lot of the time. Women outright have an issue even understanding what men's problems even are, let alone sympathising them, which I think isn't true, but then obviously very telling from a guy who just killed a bunch of women. No.
Men are under attack, we must defend them. It's the women, it's liberals. We don't understand, we just leak blood monthly. They love being the center of attention, they do. Menstrual cycle, how many wheels does it have? Remember responding to a what about men response with, okay, what do you suggest for easing the risk of depression men face due to the pressure to repress emotions? He blocked you, of course.
It seems like the internet played some part in his radicalisation, because he posts on the Virgin subreddit, reading up on black pill, red pill and feminists complaining about men makes me feel it's impossible to even get a GF.
Hang on, there needs to be a complete crackdown on incel culture. There really does need to be, yes. Because it's obviously a very dangerous subculture that leads to awful things like this happening, you know. Men are truly the most oppressed people. The men are oppressed, especially the cishet white men.
Saying the black pill basically tells you you're human filth and deserve to be exterminated. There's no hope. You should just give up unless you're 6'2", 10 out of 10. Makes you super self-critical. I used to not focus much on my looks before reading up on the black pill. Basically gave me terrible image issues.
You know what these guys need specifically is group hobbies. You know, I mean, I feel, I say this unironically, what these men who are dealing with these kind of things is, what they need, they focus so much on their looks and they focus so much on the men that are prettier than them. They focus so much on the fact that all the Stacys that they're radically in love with will never fuck them. They need hobbies. They just genuinely need to get involved in some kind of a hobby where they're around a community. And yes, they do need self-awareness as well, which being a part of a community can help you uncover that, like figure out that you're being a dickhead. Sadly, though, I've witnessed this kind of behavior in like World of Warcraft, Minecraft, a few other communities that I've been a part of over the years. I interacted with dudes like this, and even back when I was personally like pretty, you know, I wasn't really ever an incel in my teens, but I did have a bit of lamentation about the fact that, oh, I'm never going to lose my virginity. I did get sort of caught on that, but I never got as heavy into this shit as these guys did. And I was a part of a few different guilds in World of Warcraft, and there was always at least one or two of these dudes who would come in a chat and they just be moaning and bitching about the fact that they don't have girlfriends. And I'd keep that shit to myself. I'd never talk about it. I'd never go on about it. And they'd just be like, oh, I'm never going to get laid. I'm so ugly. And like, this is the issue. Is like I say, they need communities. They need hobbies. And it's probably better if these hobbies are in person, but I can understand in lockdown that's a lot harder. But if they get into, like, say, a gaming group online or something like that, D&D or whatever it is, you know, look for different little communities online around your interests and find groups of friends that you can talk to. And with any luck, and this is hard, you can, if you find the right group, that is, it's where it gets tricky. You know, it's like you got to find the right social group that will call you out on your bullshit. But that can help them sway their mind a bit. You know, if you get confronted with somebody like this, you know, you need to just be like, listen, you're insufferable. Okay, that's the reason that nobody wants to date you, is you're being insufferable and whiny about this. And it's about time that you started focusing on fixing the things you see as negatives about yourself rather than bitching about it. You know, which is one of those hard truth kind of things. And when you hit somebody with that, they don't want to listen. But, and maybe there's a nicer way to put it, but a lot of the time it's just like, fucking fix yourself first, idiot. You know, anyway. Mixed gender hobbies? Yeah, exactly. Easiest way you found today is just take up a hobby, easy to do out of lockdown. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to get back into something fun and social once lockdown is over, but I mean, I'll be nearly 60 by the time that happens at the rate we're going. Fuck. Anyway. You would scoff, except you know a few guys who decided to try experiment with being gay because their towns were full of extreme feminists who screamed at them for everything because they were perceived as being toxic for opening a door or to pull out a chair to be polite, or to call them ma'am or miss. You knew them, so you knew they weren't misogynist. Both sides are guilty of judging each other. And now the power shift is happening, but in somewhat extreme way, I suppose, yeah. You want to get into yoga? I've thought about getting into class fitness, actually. Because, I mean, the gym that I have been going to has class fitness, and I'm like, I could probably reasonably go to that. You know? Why do they try so hard to get a GF if they hate women so much? That's the problem. Is it all this stuff manifests into specific... misogyny is the right word for it, but there's another word. Resentment. Ressentiment. They get very resentful towards women as like they learn to hate women because none of the women are talking to them, none of the women are sleeping with them, you know. Hoping to get into MMA and roller derby. I wouldn't mind doing that, actually. I know there is roller derby somewhere near me, so I wouldn't mind getting into that. I think the majority of the problems are balance, as you were pretty wild in your teens till you took up kendo and found a way to control your temper. That's good. Well, you want equality, but we have to admit something. While there are a bunch of whiny, bitchy men that need to shut up, there's also extreme feminists who shame the other ones with their bad example of what feminism looks like. I mean, yeah, but they seem like the broad majority, honestly. Minority, the wide minority. Or that's not the right phrasing. They feel like the minority to me, but they're the loud minority. That's what I'm getting at. We see a lot of really extreme feminist voices, don't get me wrong, who push it really far. And don't get me wrong, some days I am pretty rad femme, but the majority of the time, it seems like it's the same few really loud voices with platforms, and the majority of people who consider themselves feminists are not that extreme. They're not like... Good example, to go back to GTA 5, they're not like Franklin's auntie and her best friend in GTA 5. We are women and we are free, fighting to bring an end to the patriarchy or something. I don't know. Still try. I mean, here's the thing. If men decide... Why am I still sitting in this screen? We'll come back to the video in a second. If men decide, you know, oh, women aren't interested in me, I'm going to try dating men, and they turn out to be bi or gay, good on them. You know, it's worth exploring your sexuality, and we shouldn't shame people for that, honestly. I feel like if we were to embrace on a broader social scale more education of queerness in sex ed and things like that, so that people were made to feel more comfortable with expressing their sexuality, expressing their interest in, you know, people outside the sexuality heterosexual norm, then it could ultimately potentially be a really net positive for these types of people, but, you know, as a whole as well. You feel like you were like this, you're almost 40 and have always felt so ugly that you never even tried to approach people, never felt you were worthy of another person. Also, hey, how are you going? Hi, Dis. I hope you're doing well. As a pro gamer, I'll stick to Ring Fit Adventure for my fitness. I mean, that's a good idea. It's a good idea. I've seen people playing Ring Fit, and I'm just like, holy shit, they're getting puffed. And I mean, I can picture myself playing that and actually getting a solid workout in. I might see if I can find a copy of it, actually. I wouldn't mind giving it a go. I've got a Switch, so yeah, could be a good thing. Like, I'm sure the kids might like it too. Hello, Clea. How you going? You were in a club online, and a lot of feminists were in it, male or female. Some were nice, and we respected each other. And a few others drove the rest of us away because if we disagreed on anything, they shouted us down and devalued what we thought if it wasn't hardline enough. Yeah, those people are insufferable. You're really not. I'm sorry to hear that, Dis. Always know this is a place where you can come and feel... Yeah, I need to do a hug command. I can figure that out. There is a way that I can do that. We'll figure that out somehow. There is a way to add a hug command. I'm sure of it. Anyway, sad. Thank you for the premium nothing to say hey. It's a hell of a cardio workout. Need to replace your Switch dock and Ring Fit accessories. I need to get one. I'll get one. I'm going to get Ring Fit. Anyway.
The red pill tells you women are never loyal and you're wasting your time trying to even get a relationship, and you should just stack cash and fuck as many whores as you can because they're all sluts and bitches. Anyway, there are no good women. And then there are feminists like Male Dating Strategy who just trash men all the time, say men are all trash, and unless you meet all their requirements, you don't even deserve anything. I know I shouldn't pay attention to it.
I mean, don't get me wrong, there are certainly rad femmes out there who will believe that the only good man is one that can pay for their entire wardrobe, which I can kind of understand. If you've been through a pretty traumatic life where men have been nothing but toxic to you, you probably want to find one you can just exploit. I can understand that viewpoint. But it often comes as a result of trauma, that kind of attitude. Anyway, heard that sex ed and LGBTQ plus education improves both LGBTQ plus mental health as well as the cis straight kids, which is good. Exactly. Like if we were to have an LGBTQ plus inclusive sex ed system across the board, if we were to have in every school a very open and broad and accepting, queer studies kind of thing, just to explain, gay people are just gay people. Trans people are just trans people. They're not going to hurt you. They're not going to harm you. There's no evil about them. They're not trying to manipulate you. If we just explain on the most basic level, they're just people trying to exist. Some boys like boys. Some girls like girls. Some boys might turn out to be girls. It's not it's not like a big awful thing. It could only lead to a net positive. Thank you for the head pats, Kate later. So you spent the last 3 hours trying to do your eyeliner. It just keeps looking wrong. Oh, gosh. Eyeliner is hard. Trust me. It's really fucking hard.
And it doesn't 100% reflect real life. But when you're socially isolated, no car, and the computer is your only form of entertainment, you just find yourself reading up about this. I wish I never came across all this BS. It's just toxic, negative BS. It also makes you feel like any self-improvement you do.
He was fine to say sluts and whores a minute ago, but now when it comes to bullshit, he goes, just toxic, negative BS.
Is never going to be enough. Does anyone feel this way? So it's clear that spending way too much online radicalized this guy, and it's nothing new. Posting on incel forums, he's posting on men's rights, blaming women, saying that women do not understand men's issues, blaming a lot of people about why he can't get women or why he can't talk to girls. Also just really self-loathing. This guy clearly hates himself. So that plays into the more traditional aspects of often mass shooters who hate the world. And often the shooting is one last F you before they go out. But then you have the added element of him basically hating women.
What's this? Very important. Hang on. I want to see what this is. Sorry. I'm just curious. What do we got?
I may be a dumb bitch, but I ain't fucking stupid.
To an extent, saying there are no good women, which he says in this post, but also really, really craving female attention. And on this post he comments, reading up on all this crap hasn't added anything to my life. I can't wait until I can finally start my driving lessons and get a car and lockdown ends, start socialising more. And I forget about all this shit. All reading up about this stuff has just made me more frustrated, miserable and negative. I want to be in a position in life where I can cut out all social media and BS crap and just focus on my hobbies and things I enjoy in life. So here's a guy who clearly doesn't really want to be this way or act this way, but he clearly states here he has, in a large way been radicalized by red pill, by black pill, and these things often mean various different things. I've even said I've been black pilled before. He's more talking about this nihilistic thing blended with red pill men's rights crap. Combined together has made him into this crazed mass shooter who carried...
Reading those boards is a form of self-harm at this point. It is. If you let yourself fall down that pipeline, it can become really toxic, especially if you don't realize the toxicity and you think that everything that's being said is absolute truth and all of that. Eyeliner scares you. You can't imagine putting stuff that close to your eyes. I mean, I never do waterline stuff. You might notice that, I don't really fill in my waterline, if I can explain what that means. There are a lot of people that do go all the way in to the waterline, and that's insane. I don't know who the fuck can do that, but I just don't bother with that. And I use a brush to apply my eyeliner.
Out one of
The
the
internet
worst
never
mass
lies,
shootings in
kids.
British
It's all
history.
truth.
Now, I want to end the Reddit section with one last comment he posted on his men's rights post.
Oh, I do agree, Clara. There are also toxic trans spaces as well, which is unfortunate. You know, I've seen certain, and I mean, don't get me wrong. Sometimes I do feed into a bit of self-loathing on the Twitters, but you know.
And if you want to read anything else about this, maybe go check this Reddit. I don't know if they're going to remove it, but he says, women's main privilege is that they never fail. Yes, women might not run the world. They might not...
Then his argument ends right there. Yes, women might not run the world. Done. Anyway.
run society, and men always are the biggest winners.
Literally in the first 4 lines, he's already debunked himself. Women's main privilege is that they can never fail, but they also don't run the world, they don't run society, and men are always the biggest winners. So, what?
Society. Those with the most money, authority, success are men, but a women's privilege is that they can never fail.
Oh god, this bit, getting into the fat phobia. Look at my 600-pound life.
Look, my 600 pounds life, all have BF's husbands. Look at all the single mothers on welfare with free housing. When a woman has a problem...
Do you think the single mums on welfare with the free housing really want to be in that situation? I guarantee you they don't. They're happy to have a roof over their head for them and their kids, but it's not a cozy, comfy situation. They're not exactly winning out, mate.
Many men and women are there to support and help them. Unlike men, yes, men can have the greatest success in life, but we also have the greatest fails and the bottom of society, and those most
Has the guy never heard of homeless women? They exist.
worthless are always going to be men, criminals, prisons, the massive male homeless numbers, the social outcasts of society, the most forgotten people. The fact men get harsher sentences for the same crimes committed, people are less empathetic to men who fail or don't achieve in life. Nobody cares. Men are expendable, worthless until they provide or do something.
This is the result of decades of welfare queen rhetoric from conservatives. Exactly. You're not wrong. If my mum got free housing, that would have been sweet. 50% income to rent. That's basically me at the moment, yeah. Effectively, 50% of my income does go to rent. It's ridiculous. And it's 4chan. The LGBT board there can be so addicting, but it's so backwards in terms of lifting trans people. Doesn't shock me. Get the feeling that if society was about seeking happiness over profit, a lot of these people would not reach the desperation to do violence. Well, yeah, sadly, we do live in a profit-driven world. For me, it's like this. We need a total reset. No patriarchy, no matriarchy. Well, that's not going to happen. Sorry. We all need to sit down and have a thorough, honest, respectful conversation about what society expects of men and women. No devaluing, no making it into a contest. Clear communication is key with education. When we turn suffering into a contest or a blame game, nothing really gets resolved. I think the issue that a lot of people have with sociological analyses of society is that they think it's some kind of an attack. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do meme on the whole patriarchy thing quite a lot. But to say we live in a patriarchal society is an observation. It's not like sociologists are saying, we live in a patriarchy and we need to deconstruct the patriarchy and men are evil. Like, don't get me wrong. Obviously, a lot of people lean in that direction. But I think the problem is people have taken sociological ideas like the patriarchy, like observing that we do live in a patriarchal society, and have turned that into a negative talking point. This is why we need intersectional feminism, exactly. Would laugh at my 75% income going to rent, but I'm afraid if I tried to, I might cry instead. I mean, yeah. What's the recommended amount for rent? 30%? I think it's anywhere from 20 to 30%, yeah. If it's like a quarter of your income goes to rent, that would be ideal. But I mean, I would prefer not to be renting at all, and I would like landlords to stop existing. You know, I'm a bit of a Maoist.
Women are always going to support social, moral, monetary when they fail. Get knocked up, single mother government will help you out. Image issues, women and men will call you beautiful and give you a shoulder to cry on. Have no social circle, no problem.
Yeah, ideal is 0% rent, exactly.
Women.
But I mean, in the society in which we live, I would be much more comfortable if I was paying 25% rent instead of nearly 50. It's around 50% of my income goes to rent, I think. Actually, yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. Oh my god. Quite literally, I'm just calculating it in my head. 50% of it goes to rent. That's fucked.
Women are naturally more socially developed than men, and they're
although, to be fair, that's not counting Twitch income.
also not viewed as a threat, so it's very easy to make friends or meet people. You also don't deal with the social shame of not performing. A woman isn't expected to perform or achieve anything. A woman will always have worth. because of her reproductive qualities. When's the last time anyone called a woman a loser for working a minimum wage job at a coffee shop or
By the way,
living
Minihood,
with
how
her
you going?
mother?
Welcome in.
Almost never. Men don't. We have to fight every battle on our own, and we must do so stoically, without complaint, and without...
Well, in this circumstance, he's talking about elements of toxic masculinity. Do it stoically. We have to do it all ourselves, and we have to be tough, strong, manly mans and don't have emotions.
moaning. If we're failing, we're just not trying hard enough. Man,
Pull
not
yourself
stop
up by the
complaining like a
bootstraps.
bitch. We're a loser point. Being a man, you have to build your worth in society through blood, sweat, and tears, especially if you're an outcast. Men also seen as far more dangerous than the threats, unreliable, trustworthy, which makes it harder for
I
the
see
bottom
you've
barrel.
brought
Kiara,
guests.
thank you for the raid.
Welcome,
Hello, raiders.
friends.
Welcome in. How is it going? What'd you get up to on your stream tonight? Can't get a place if you earn less? Yeah, exactly. Like, there are certain areas where you can't even literally get... That didn't work. There it goes. There goes the pretty lights. Hello, friends. Welcome back to the Rogue Room. Or welcome to the Rogue Room if it's your first time ever being here. My name's Abigail Beck. And we're talking about incels at the moment, I guess. Which is the thing that we are doing. Chairman Mao or Meow? No, those conservative ideals suck. 2 seconds later, doubles down on conservative talking points. Yeah, there are certain areas where, like, unless you're earning enough to pay 30% as your maximum on your rent, you won't be able to get higher. You won't be able to find a place to live. So, you know, I live in a pretty shitty area, so fortunately, I can afford the place I live in. A fun story, my landlord and their real estate are incompetent. They wanted to increase the rent in March, but didn't use the proper form, and we've stretched it out since then. Looks like they've given up. Pog. What were you just chatting about tonight? Hello, JMM. How you going? How's it going? Oh, yeah, we're just watching a video by Cavernacle at the moment. Talking about the UK shooter. Anyway, let's continue on.
To get out of the rut.
You have to go to electrolysis soon. That's based. I mean, it's gonna hurt like hell, I'm sure, but that's awesome. I want to get electrolysis. I can't get the rest of my laser done until lockdown's over. Been missing it. Been missing the pain. Gets me off. Anyway. Men have to be emotionless and strong lone wolves in our society, and this is the fault of women. Drowning in misogyny, decided to keep drinking. I know. How is it the fault of women? It's a patriarchal expectation.
So I could make like a whole video on men's rights just being this place where misogynistic rhetoric like this goes unchallenged, because that's what it is. Men's rights as a movement has always been, you know, a load of BS in my opinion. I know there's more progressive men's rights organisations.
How bad does laser hurt? It's like getting flicked with an elastic band over and over again. It's particularly painful in this front area, which is where the majority of the hair that I still have is. I've virtually got no sideburns or nothing on my neck or my monobrow area anymore. That's all gone. But, you know, this front goatee area, I've still got hair growth there. It's nowhere near as bad as it used to be, of course. But yeah, it's like somebody's flicking you with an elastic band over and over again. It's pretty painful. However, what reassures me is I want to get a couple of tattoos done eventually. Fuck me knows when. And the lady who did my ear piercing, I told her about my laser that I get done, well, used to get done. And she said if I can get laser done on my face, I should be fine to get a tattoo on my hand, for example. Like it won't hurt as much. Talked about possible Pokemon ending. Spoiler alert, Ash has been in a coma the whole time, and then they unplug him, flatlining him. Not saying there isn't a patriarchy. The world is too side-driven, meaning everyone expects you to take a side for everything. But yeah, that's not going to change, sadly. That's why we have so many problems, because as humans, many of us have this self-entitled idea that you need to think or be the way we want you to be, as opposed to looking for what's best for everyone. I try to imagine this. I try to imagine that generally, socially speaking, a lot of people want what is best for everyone. And regrettably, we live in a society where the people that are in control of everything exist on division. Like, the reason that we have so much division, the reason that people want to take a side on everything, is because the mainstream media perpetuates that idea. The mainstream media is always taking things that shouldn't be issues, like the trans rights thing, like the critical race theory thing. There's no reason that anybody should be bickering over this in a political sense, and yet they turn those into political issues and people just make a huge kerfuffle over it. No one's teaching critical race theory in primary schools, for example, you know, and no one's doing surgical intervention on transgender children. No one's giving 8-year-olds full hormone replacement therapy. No one is giving them genital reconstruction surgery. Like, none of that's happening, but it becomes a rhetoric that divides people because a lot of people are going to have really, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, really extreme viewpoints on it, and those viewpoints are pushed by the mainstream media, by either left or right. It doesn't matter, because quite frankly it's profitable to have division, and it would really be an ideal society. It would be quite utopic to expect that kind of discourse division to go away. You know, not all men's rights are misogynistic. Stuff like divorce courts, especially in the UK, will put children with the mother, even in cases where they are incapable, and things like sentences are a bit lopsided. I know that much, yeah. So tired of the human rights or a pie chart thing. Yeah, it's literal. Well, I mean, it's not literal electrocution, because electrocution means death by shock. But anyway. But it is an electrical... I thought it was they stick a needle inside the follicle and electrify the area or burn the area out so the follicle's just like cauterized. Is that what they do? That's what I read, I think. And I mean, obviously, electrolysis. It is an electrical process. I want to get that done.
Weird as that sounds, but at the end of the day, I feel like the people it attracts are always people like this. And even though this guy kind of acknowledged that men still dominate society, he kind of flips that, saying that, well, men have all these social expectations where women have none, so therefore women are always winning no matter what they're doing. So yeah, this guy was clearly like radicalized online. It probably doesn't surprise you that he was also a Trump supporting right winger. So the Raw story reported his...
Why is he a Trump supporter in the United Kingdom? I don't get this shit.
Political views. So UK mass shooter was a Trump supporter, incel. Prior to the shooting, Davison expressed his support for Donald Trump on his Facebook page and posted multiple self-pitying YouTube videos about how he looked, often using language common to the incel community. Davison, who claimed to be from Arizona, reportedly was obsessed with American conservative politics.
Who claimed to be from Arizona? Why do I doubt that he was from Arizona?
Following Trump and all of his children on Facebook, as well as other right-wing
Following Trump and all of his children on Facebook.
accounts, including those belonging to Senator Ted Cruz and Ted Nugent. Trump has proven time and again he is indeed for the people, Dave.
No, he hasn't. Sorry. Like, no, he hasn't. He's basically a weeb. Trump and Prime Minister Boris Johnson aren't entirely dissimilar. They even look the same.
Right on Facebook, you may not agree with his political views, but he is different from the scum like Hillary or the people running our country.
Oh God, the scum like Hillary. You need to sleep. Meds are kicking in harder, going without caffeine. Rightio, Madam Scoville. Have a good sleep. Followed the NRA for the gun stuff. Oh yeah, true. I didn't even think about that. I've forgotten we're watching a video about a mass shooter. Anyway.
Like the neocon sellout that is Theresa May. Skepticism of the government is key, and everyone should be ready and prepared for anything bad that could happen. I'm aware much of the government is deeply flawed, but there are many paedophiles that even reported devil-worshipping people that sell us out to foreign countries. Someone also posted some of his Facebook profile pictures, so apparently he was into the UK Libertarian Party, and he had a Praga U little thing with Donald Trump that says, "In America, we do not seek to impose our way of life on anyone, but rather to let it shine as an example for everyone to watch."
Yeah, that's why they send their troops over to other countries to enforce their way of democracy. Sure, okay. Let me come back. Stoic and misogynistic idea of being a man, especially featured in the Roman Empire and old Germanic culture. The Western world, unfortunately, is still recovering, mostly suffering from their over-influence of gender roles, patriarchal ideas of what a man is, base of what's wrong. Then some, not all women, who literally will be like, "I need you to be more emotional than why are you crying, you're a man." That is true. I have seen that kind of attitude. And while that started from men's idiocy, too many women fail to listen to themselves and realize how selfish and stupid it sounds that they'd actually perpetuate the idea. I mean, yeah, it's hard to... This is the problem, though, is like when we get into this kind of thing, it tends to defer away from actual gendered issues, I think, when we try to play both sides of the fence on this. Which is why a lot of people tend to take one side or the other, and it ends up leading to that extremism. Neocon sellout that is Theresa May. This guy was so close. The thing to do is Google Fathers for Justice. I had a friend whose wife took him to the cleaners and she was also abusive to him, but the court sided with her over him, took away his dogs, which she had put down just to spite him because he refused to go back to his job in accounts. I've sadly heard that story time and time again.
So hopefully through those posts and some of those articles, I've given you a good insight to why this guy was motivated to carry out this act of violence. Although it's an emerging story, it's pretty clear when you look into the psychology of this guy through his Reddit posts and social media posts that he was motivated by a feeling of inadequacy, hatred towards his mother, blaming his mother for his problems in getting with women, and obviously he held like deeply misogynistic views, posted in all these forums, and actually, you know, says in one of his posts that the black pill, red pill stuff has kind of radicalized him, and he doesn't really want to think about these things, but it's starting to have an effect on him.
Well, he can't really think about him now, can he?
So in the coming days, we'll see what happens, and there's a debate at the moment in the UK.
That was low.
This is probably going up later, American time. Debate at the moment in the UK, is this a terrorist act? Is this motivated by a political ideology against women? Now, people are kind of like throwing a definition around, but these incel things, it is a growing problem, isn't it? Like, it's a growing threat to women and just general people. This guy killed pretty indiscriminately in the end after killing his mother. I believe you could call this terrorism because it has the political element. And like I said, from those posts, you can see he does have issues. And there are many mass shooters who often post a lot of stuff like this. But the incel red pill flavour to it, I think, does make it like this political act more so. Because it is clearly in part motivated by this stuff, his issues, especially with his mother. Whether or not there was an argument between them that escalated, and then he obviously took her life before just going out in this killing spree, we don't know for sure at the moment. But even if we like remove this shooting, this stuff is something that's getting more and more common, and it's very telling that nearly all these people are in this right-wing ecosystem. Like he said, this guy's a Trump supporter, follows Trump's children on Facebook, talks about how Trump was good, talks about this conspiracy theory, which is very similar to one you hear in America right now. And so it is kind of like this American culture being imported around the world, this incel thing, these right-wing beliefs in Donald Trump and taking this militant action. So it's something that needs to be taken more seriously. This extreme misogyny that has been politicized in the incel community, and where incels differ from, I guess, your traditional misogynists, is that they don't only view women as lesser, they also just blame women for all their own problems. Because a lot of, you know, misogynists in general have wives, have daughters and stuff. But people like this don't have success with women, that women owe them something, and women not, you know, liking them is because of how we view women in society, women's place in society, where they can get away with being judgmental and only going for the chads and stuff, and not going for your nice guy, your average Joe, who actually is like a really, really nice guy, and he'll treat you right, but maybe he's not the best looking. And that is the rhetoric you see a lot of these people. So I think it's something that is drastically not looked at enough by people who are meant to stop this kind of thing. And it shows another facet of online radicalization, because we talk a lot about the alt-right radicalization of young white men. But here we have a red pill radicalization of a young white man. And unlike being like a neo-Nazi, this guy just has extreme misogynist views specifically, unlike neo-Nazis who often have misogyny in terms of their general radicalized beliefs. But it's a disturbing trend that continues to get worse and worse, it seems. But anyway, let me know what you guys think down in the comments. If you want to follow me on social media, at The Calvinacle on Twitter and Instagram, come join our communities on Discord and on Reddit. And if you made it this far, thank you all for watching.
There we go. What do we think of that? What are our final thoughts on that one? Yeah, don't get black-pilled, folks. There are better ways. Get red-pilled instead. Take the red pill. It's estrogen. I bumped the microphone stand because I'm a moron. Take estrogen. Take the red pill. Get on HRT. Transition and become happy with yourself. Unironically, I switched to a new HRT recently, which is literally a red pill. Pretty fun. Pretty pog. Take the pink pill. I need to pee. I've needed to pee for like the last 8 minutes, but I wanted to get through the rest of that video. So I have decided let's take our quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about some more regular news stuff in just a moment. The most infamous massacre in UK history was by Michael Robert Ryan in Hungerford, and he killed and injured over 30 people. And the scary thing is people still have no idea why, which is dramatically unsettling. I 100% agree. And similar thing, look up the Port Arthur Massacre if you want to make yourself sad. Or don't, it's up to you. I will leave that at your discretion. I'm gonna go, I'll be back in a sec. I need to pee, need to grab some wine because that fucked with my head. And yeah. No, Jono, that's not what the pink pill is. Hello, folks, I'm back. And I just realized I haven't had my apple a day, so we got apple pieces. Got to keep the doctor away. I don't want to see the doctor. Anyway. It works. Anywho. Mommy milkers. My mommy milkies. Trying to raise money for the bibbies. Anyway. Well, you say you're an incel, but now you're an on-purpose cell. It just means you're celibate. Because that's what it means. It means... Incel means involuntary celibate. Someone you're misinterested in. Someone you're interested in. Misinterested in. Feel like it's best that since getting to know them, you don't just hop into the next person who finds you attractive, but both because I need to focus on improving myself for me, and because being with someone but wanting someone else is not fair. I think I can understand that. I think I can get what you're getting at, yeah. I can kind of relate. In a lot of ways, like, I personally want companionship, but I'm also worried that I'm not ready for a partner yet. I kind of get it. Anyways. So we can tick off the incel thing. We've done the incel thing. What else? What have we not done yet? What have we not done? Let's talk about the Taliban thing, shall we? I mean, we could continue on the incel thing if you want to. We could continue down this train of thought, which could be interesting. Or we could look at some news. It's up to you folks. Do you want to continue talking about, like, not just being an incel, but, you know, the whole culture about virginity? I went to say virginism or something. Taliban or incels with AK-47s. I want companionship, but I don't feel ready for partner. Yeah. Like, I like the idea of just having someone there without having the restriction of being in a relationship. You know, which might mean I'm potentially poly, but right now I'm kind of in that situation of that scene from Futurama where Fry goes, "I'm not a one-woman man, Leela." And she responds, "You'll be back to zero soon enough," which is where I feel like I'm at. It's like, I don't have a girlfriend, but I'm already on zero. I can't really say I would consider myself poly if I don't have any girlfriends. Dating anxiety is very different from an incel. And I personally don't think, I don't think you're necessary. I'm not poly, I'm Abby. Look. Oh, for fuck's sake, stop going to that screen. Why do I keep going to that screen? Because that's my React screen. I'm just keeping my dashboard up. What was I going to say? Yeah, I think it's not really being voluntary celibate, or it's not really being... I mean, you could call yourself celibate if you want to. I don't consider myself... Like, this is the thing. I don't consider myself celibate at the moment, but by the same token, I haven't had sex in over a year, and that is also kind of by choice. Because it's a weird thing to... I don't consider myself a celibate person, because to me, celibacy almost feels like this thing that you... And that, honestly, the term celibacy and the term virginity are both deeply rooted in this religious nonsense, right? You know, being a virgin or being celibate are rooted in religious ideas. So maybe that's why I don't align myself with the idea of celibacy specifically. But more of a hesitance to get in bed with someone, because I don't quite understand how my sexuality works after being on HRT for a year, after having transitioned for a year. But I think it's just more like dating anxiety. It's more like hesitance. And to my own experience, and maybe to the experience of others, you know, I don't see it as though I'm personally specifically celibate, but... there is an element of active hesitance to engage in any kind of sexual activity, or to engage in dating in general, for numerous reasons. One of those being, you know, I'm a trans woman, so I fear going on dating apps, for example, even though I've been doing it lately, which has been fun. I've found some cool people to chat to, at the very least, and sort of feel out, is there any vibe here? Are we cool? Could we potentially date when lockdown's over, sort of thing? And I do plan on going on a few dates, because I have met some cool people, you know, and I would like to explore in that area. Where was I? I was going somewhere with this, and now I've lost my train of thought. I suppose lockdown also makes it very difficult to sort of get a feel for what exactly it is you might want out of a relationship, or out of a casual deal, or anything, you know. And if you might be dealing with some emotions or some other things going on in your life, if you feel as though you're not particularly ready, but at the same time you want a certain thing, all you can do is, all you can really do is, I don't know what you can, I would say all you can do is explore. All you can do is put out feelers and be like, okay, I really like this person. Maybe I should try, spending time with them if that's a possibility for you, if you're not in lockdown like I am. Or maybe you can try chatting with them. You know, personally transitioning resulted in a much better sex life. If I recall correctly, Lily Simpson did say something to the same effect. Like, a lot of people, especially transphobes, obviously, have this idea in their heads that if you transition, you're not going to be able to date, you're not going to be able to have sex because nobody will want you, you'll be reprehensible, you'll be disgusting. And I think they said specifically that since coming out and transitioning, because they're so much more comfortable with themselves, they've had a much more active and fun sex life. Which, you know, maybe once I'm out of lockdown, that might change for me too. Because, you know, I found my boobs. They're there, sort of. But they're like teeny. Technically, according to a measurement calculator, I'm a D cup. But it's not really. Dating apps turns the whole meeting people as merely a marketing competitiveness even more than the old style of dating. I mean, yeah, I would prefer to find somebody offline. Personally, I'd prefer to go and engage in social circumstances outside of my outside of the internet. I'd like to go and meet someone in person and vibe with them, see how we get along. Which is why I want to like go back to board game night, or if I want to go to.
Rogue Room appreciates
your
recommendation.
Thank you, you fucking legend. I would want to go, I want to go to board game night, or I want to go and engage in other hobbies. I want to go to group fitness. I want to start meeting people and talking to them and actually, engaging with people face to face rather than just online. As cool as it is, like, don't get me wrong, I've got some really close friendships where we've only ever interacted on the internet. I've got friends that I've been friends with for years. I've e-dated. I've been in online relationships. And I've flirted, and I've had this whole situation with people where we've never met in person, and it's great, it's fun. But, you know, I'm touch-starved, and I desperately need to get laid. But that's beside the point. You know, I think personally, for me personally, transition has made me sexually hesitant for a long time. Oh, for fuck's sake, keep going to this. And now I'm slowly starting to uncover old feelings or just rediscover certain things. And I think specifically trans people who are going through early transition might deal with the same kind of thing, where they are rediscovering themselves. And of course, not even just related to transition, but if you're dealing with certain things emotionally and personally, you might have a compulsion to deal with those things beforehand, and then later down the line, think to yourself, okay, maybe I'm comfortable now to start dating again. Abigail, I need to get laid back. I really do, though. Dating apps are bad on purpose. It's social media on steroids. It is really, really fucking bad. I've met some cute people on there, don't get me wrong. But generally speaking, it's fucking bad. Apple is good. Is there a boob store? Literally, yes. I'm saving to get big boobies. So this amount is going to go down though, because I just added up my total Twitch payout and I realized I need to buy a few things out of that. So that's probably going to go down to like maybe just shy of 2,000. I've got to put a grocery order in tomorrow, and I don't have the money in my regular bank account for that. I've got to look. Which camera? This one. Your girl's gotta indulge a little bit. Hi. I don't know what my buttons do anymore. Expect me to have a cute new outfit on stream soon, okay? So it's not that... For fuck's sake, I keep doing that button. So this number is actually gonna change. It's not... It's gonna go down a bit. Because I just took my recent Twitch payout and I just like, here you go. Just like the whole Twitch payout can go on the boobies fund, but no, not really. So that number is going to drop back down to like maybe 1,900 or something. Bring on Dollamore. You have to put his military pictures on the Discord. I don't know, we already watched $1 more video though. I don't want to watch too many of the same creators over and over again. But yes, it's more like a boob factory. I'm gonna get breast implants at some point. Yeah, random cam button, just like pick an angle. Which one do you like the most? Do you like my cameras? I've got 2 of those, and I would like to get more of them so I could just do like more crazy, wacky shit like this. Hi. This makes life easier. I can just look at whichever camera I want. Anyway, let me come back to your post, Skylar. You don't want someone who juggles multiple relationships because I allowed myself to become too accessible, but I actually have a goal in mind. It wouldn't be fair to those other people or myself to have my mind and feelings leaking towards someone else. It's very stressful, and if I have a chance at a good relationship with that person, I don't want them to look at my path leading up to it and be like, are you unable to commit, or are you an opportunist when choosing partners? An interesting thought process, yeah. Thank you for the head pats, by the way, Grimpy. As a C cup, you're dying at this measurement. I'm a 10D. According to the boob calculator, I took my tape measure out and I measured and I'm like, how the fuck is this a 10D? In Australian measurements, by the way. I'm like, what? Where'd you get that from? But, I don't know. Seizure warning next time. Soz. I probably should do that. Trigger warning for seizures. Content warning seizures. Anyway. By the way, how does my eyeshadow look? Do you like it? Is it Pog? It's supposed to... I'm sticking with the tired, I haven't slept in 4 days look. Because it looks based. Like, honestly, I think I've found my look. I really enjoy this look of like... I'm so fucking sick of everything. I'm tired and I've had 8 coffees before 12 p.m. today. Like, I love it. It actually looks really good. I need to add more dark under here, I think. It needs to come out a little bit more. And the lips are good. Although I do like it without the lipstick. I much prefer it. If you look at yesterday's look, I was so fucking cute yesterday. Like, this is the same kind of look, but yesterday's one without the lip. And I'm like, I mean, you can't really see it because of the lighting, but you can see how heavy the eye is. Kind of. I've got better pictures than this. And it's like, it's so cute. I love it. I look adorable. Anyway. When I like tired, I look like a raccoon. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. I'm going for the raccoon eyes. Hot Lady Dracula. Heck yes. Anyway. Dating is weird. Sex is weird. Don't have sex. It's awful. It creates children and we don't need more of those. What's up, guys, gals, and gamers? Ah, yes, the 3 genders. I want to get into a rhythm with YouTube where it starts recommending me more things I can react to. But instead it just keeps recommending me the channels I'm already watching. I'm just having a look here and seeing if there's anything else we can react to. There is a video by Jesse Gender, and I love Jesse Gender. Absolutely amazing.
A little under the table action never
Mini
went
Hood, thank
astray.
you for contributing $10 to the boobies. There is that cat video. I mean, there is, but it's not exactly the kind of biting political content I'm looking for, generally speaking. Finding someone who's preaching the antinatalist message. Don't have sex, it makes kids. No, that's a message I can get behind. What's this one? Heterofatalism, why straight women aren't okay. Tara Mukni. Does anyone know who she is? Cat Black viewers also watch this channel. Heterofatalism. That's interesting. I might subscribe to this person and check that out later. That sounds interesting. Here's another Cavernacle video. Why so many bronies and furries are neo-Nazis. That's from 7 months ago. Tara Mukni is pretty good. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. Oh god, not Jax films. I cannot stand fucking Jax films. Jesus cunting Christ. Let's have a look. The poor man's Jordan Peterson. That's his Thought Slime video. Thought Slime's always interesting. Let's have a look here. Do have sex, don't have kids. Exactly. I agree. I mean, I am very, very pro expanding sex education so that people are able to have safe sex and not produce unwanted children. Would I watch Tara Mukni's video on how far is Tattoo far? I mean, we can have a look. But they're all very long videos by the look of things. So, oh, I mean, this one's only 11 minutes. Let's have a look. Let's see if it's there. Figure out what you want. Kids, no kids. Sex, no sex. Car, no car. Job, no job. Socialism, no socialism. Pick one. How do people manage to commit so hard to making videos? I can't do it. I'm working on one video right now and it is such an effort and I haven't even started recording or editing yet. I'm writing the fucking script and I have this grand vision in my head. Like, Jesus Christ, how do people commit to publishing videos all of the time? I'm watching absinthe and procedural blender materials to manga. Interesting. We should ban children, just illegalize the existence of young humans. That couldn't go badly at all. Anyway, we don't need to react to a YouTube video. We don't need to react to YouTube videos. You get the feeling Vagabond has some annoying neighborhood kids? Maybe. Here's some like good news. I mean, not good news, but good news. No, I don't want to allow the NZ Herald to know my location. What the fuck off. This isn't good, but I do admire the way that I'm going to say that is Aussie dollars. It is. Yes, it is, Marissa. Oh. Yes, it should be. I think. Yeah, it's got an A there, so yeah. I didn't put the A there, so yes, it must be. React to YouTube that reacts to Twitch streamer that reacts to YouTube. We need to have one of those moments. Someone needs to do a reaction to one of my videos so that I can do a reaction to their reaction and then they can react to my reaction. We need to get this happening. Somebody react to one of my videos, record it, post it on your YouTube channel. I'll react to your reaction and then you react to my reaction to your reaction. Anyway, I don't like hearing that there are more COVID breakouts. However, I do love Jacinda Ardern a lot. COVID-19 coronavirus Auckland community case locations of interest 70 to 80 people in Coromandel Bar on same nights. COVID case latest, New Zealand is going to level 4 lockdown for 3 days from 11:59 p.m. tonight. Auckland and Coromandel will be in level 4 for 7 days. A 58-year-old Devonport man tested positive today after visiting a GP yesterday. He was infectious from August 12th. The man who isn't vaccinated and his wife traveled to Coromandel over the weekend. His wife is fully vaccinated. There is no obvious link to the border at this stage. While results of genome testing won't be back until tomorrow, it is being treated as a Delta case. There are 15 locations of interest so far, 12 in the Coromandel, 2 in Auckland and 1 in Thames. Testing centres open until 8 p.m. on Monday. Aucklanders rushed to supermarkets, motorways clogged, people told they do not need to panic. Why do they always panic when they do not need to panic? Around 70 to 80 people were in a Coromandel bar on each night. On each night, a positive COVID case visited at the weekend, the bar says. The case is a 58-year-old Devonport man. He and his wife travelled to Coromandel Township on Friday and stayed for the weekend. Wait, there's a lockdown 6? I didn't even hear about lockdown 5, and we're jumping to 6? I thought lockdown 4 was maximum lockdown. The pair visited Star and Garter Bar in Coromandel Township for an hour on Friday night from 6:39 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. and again from 7:11 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Saturday night while the All Blacks Australia test was playing on television. Excuse me. Star and Garter hotel manager Mariaka Kravchenko said the bistro pub was quite busy on Friday and Saturday, guessing there would have been about 70 to 80 people on each night, especially on Saturday for the rugby test. She said the hotel closed just before 6 p.m. tonight, saying staff had been told to follow the guidelines and get a COVID test. Kravchenko said she wasn't working when the case visited over the weekend. However, she had been working alongside other staff who were. She hoped visitors had been scanning in. Everyone just has to take care of themselves. We should all been doing everything properly like scanning in. Who wrote this article? Everything property like scanning in. The Ministry of Health says there are 15 locations of interest and 23 exposure events, and there they all are, which we don't really need to go through those. Laughs in Western Australia. Western Australia in lockdown 7 at this rate, which really pisses off Clive Palmer, which is hilarious. Fuck him. Speaking of, let's talk about Clive Palmer, who's a dickhead. There we go. I just love the way that New Zealand tends to just shut everything down the moment there's a single case. And it worked. Like last time there was a huge pandemic, they locked down everything, and within a very short period of time, they were able to open up again. And then a new case emerged, and they locked everything straight back down again. And then cases went away, open up again. Like, if you get people listening, and you get people paying attention, and you don't get people being so divisive over this bullshit, you can contain the outbreak and you can contain the spread. And we could be done with this shit, but people really desperately think it's about their freedoms, and it's ridiculous. Just make a meme of 36 dickheads in a Crayola box, all wearing different colours and names for them. Yeah, Fatty McFuckhead. So Clive Palmer's United Australia Party advertisements inferentially objecting to COVID-19 lockdowns demonstrate one more way in which the freedoms essential to a democracy can be abused to the detriment of the public interest. This is an opinion piece on the conversation by Dennis Muller, by the way. Is that correct? I think so. Anyway, democracies protect freedom of speech, especially political speech, because without it, democracy cannot work. New Zealand actually tried, and it worked, exactly. When New Zealand and its New Zealanders paid attention to the lockdowns and the restrictions, guess what? Everything actually fucking worked out, didn't it? When speech is harmful, however, laws and ethical conventions exist to curb it. The laws regulating political advertising are minimal. Section 329 of the Commonwealth Electoral Act is confined to the issue of whether a publication is likely to mislead or deceive an elector in relation to the casting of a vote. It has nothing to say about truth in political advertising for the good reason that defining truth in that context would be highly subjective and therefore oppressive. Sections 52 and 53 of the Trade Practices Act make it an offence for corporations to engage in misleading or deceptive conduct, or to make false or misleading representations. The Act has nothing to say about political advertising. Ad Standards, the industry self-regulator, has a code of ethics that enjoins advertisers to not to engage in misleading or deceptive conduct. It is a general rule that applies to all advertising, political or not. The Palmer ads do not violate any of these provisions. So where does that leave media organizations that receive an approach from the likes of Palmer to publish advertisements, the terms of which are not false, misleading, or deceptive, but which are clearly designed to undermine public support for public health measures such as lockdowns? It leaves them having to decide whether to exercise an ethical prerogative. Short of a legal requirement to do so, say in settlement of a lawsuit, no media organization is obliged to publish an advertisement. It is in almost all cases an ethical decision. Normally, freedom of speech imposes a heavy ethical burden to publish, but it is not the only consideration. John Stuart Mill's harm principle becomes relevant. That principle says the prevention of harm to others is a legitimate constraint on individual freedom. Undermining public interest for public health measures is obviously harmful and against the public interest. Media organizations are entitled to make decisions on an ethical basis, on ethical bases like this. I think that's what, on ethical bases like this? I don't know. Is that supposed to be a plural of basis, or is that just bases? Anyway, an example from relatively ancient history will illustrate the point. Relatively ancient history? In the 1970s, Four Corners ran a program alleging that the Utah Development Corporation's mining activities in Queensland were causing environmental damage. A few days after the program was broadcast, the Sydney Morning Herald received a full-page advertisement from Utah, not only repudiating what Four Corners had said, but attacking the professional integrity of the journalists who made the program. Bases, plural of bases. Are you fucking with me, or is that serious? I was chief of staff of the Herald that day, and the advertisement was referred to me partly because it contained the seeds of what might have been a news story, and partly because there were concerns it might be defamatory. I referred it to the executive assistant to the editor, David Berman, who refused to publish it. He objected to it not only on legal grounds, but on ethical grounds, because it would have impugned the integrity of the journalist in circumstances where they would have no opportunity to respond. In his view, this was unfair. A short while later, the advertising people came back saying Utah had offered to indemnify the Herald against any legal damages or costs arising from publication of the advertisement. Bowman held to his ethical objection and was supported by the general manager, R.P. Falkingham, who said, "You don't publish something just because a man with a lot of money stands behind you." The advertisement did not run, not because of the legal risks, but because it would have breached the ethical value of fairness. Palmer's ads, which say lockdowns are bad for mental health, bad for jobs, bad for the economy, contain truisms. There is nothing false or misleading about them, but they clearly seek to exploit public resentment about lockdowns for political gain. The clear intention is to stir up opposition and make the public health orders harder to enforce. Oh my god. Again? Okay, whatever. As we were saying, We live in an age where there are not only high levels of public anxiety, but a great deal of confusion about who to believe on matters such as climate change and the pandemic. It is against the public interest to add gratuitously to that confusion, and harmful to the public welfare to undermine health orders. These are grounds for rejecting his advertisements. Nine Entertainment, which publishes The Age, Sydney Morning Herald, and the Australian Financial Review, has rejected Palmer ads that contain misinformation about the pandemic, including any vaccines. Clearly, such ads violate the rules against misleading and deceptive content. But the ads opposing lockdowns on economic or health grounds were initially accepted by Nine and are still running in News Corporation. Empty, yes, boring, depressed introvert. It's empty now, chat's gone. The question now is whether media organizations are willing to make decisions based on ethical considerations that are wider than the narrow standard of deception. Why would people make bots to be a sad moron? Because they're a sad moron. That's it. That's all it is. They're a sad fucking loser. Anyway, they literally just jack off thinking about attacking minorities. Nighty night, Fox. Have a good one. Thank you so kindly for being here tonight. I'm trying to find something. I've got a DM on Twitch, but I don't want to open it in my thingo. Anyway, moving on. I don't know. I'm not a sad moron, so I can't quite get it. Yeah, I don't vibe with it. I don't get the deal, so I don't understand it. You know, I thought we might get through. Oh, this is the second stream this week where we haven't had to put up with them. So, and now we're not really at the end yet. Not by a long shot, but anyway, moving on. Okay. You know what I think Twitch needs to do? Is they need to get rid of this thing. No, they're not Byron Bay cookies, although now you've put the idea in my head. Now you've put the idea in my head, thank you. For the record. Now I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna buy Byron Bay cookies, the apple slices. First of all, how dare you? And second of all, I think Twitch needs to do away with this thing that empty Twitch profiles have where it says, we don't know much about them, but we're sure username is great. Because universally, 90% of people on this platform are fucking dog shit. But anyway. Just basic bot protection and account verify. I know, why are they not doing this? Whatever. I'm not affected is the thing. I don't care. You're all just lazy losers. Have fun being losers. Alright, so we did New Zealand in lockdown level 4. That's news done. Yeah. But at least this is kind of the problem. It's like we can't really not address this, but one of the major issues behind the hate raids right now is that it forces us to lock down our streams. Like New Zealand has locked down at the moment in the wake of a COVID case. It forces us, like last night we got a raid right towards the end. And the person who raided me stuck around for a solid hour after following so that they could say hi. And it was then that I realized my stream was in followers only mode. Until, it was like 12:30 at night. I was like, oh shit, you know, I'd been in followers only mode. And that's the thing, it's like when you put your stream in followers only mode and when you turn off like raids, for example, you can turn off raids because some of the bots have been using the actual raid system to harass streamers as well, not just, you know, the bot spam that we saw a minute ago. Is it forces minority streamers to shut down our streams and basically lock them out to anyone who's not already in the community, which is a massive hit to our discoverability. Like if someone tunes into a stream and finds us in follower only mode, they can't join in and join the conversation. And we've had new people joining in the conversation tonight who, you know, from this point forward may as well just get told to fuck off. You know, and that's the entire point. That's the issue with this entire scenario, is that when we are hit with these kinds of things, we have to prevent new people, legitimate new chatters from joining in because we're just getting spammed with hate. And I've got the beta for that first time chatter thing. Every single one of those accounts comes up as a first time chat from viewer. It's like, Twitch, you have the capacity here to stop this kind of thing. Like, you really do. You can institute policies and you can change the way sign up works for creating accounts, and just like, I hope that those are some of the tools that are in the pipeline for this kind of thing, because I and many others are getting impatient with this bullshit. Come on. We're just trying to stream on your platform, and honestly, this kind of thing is more than likely going to lead to certain streamers just leaving Twitch. Which is exactly what the hate raiders want. Yeah, they're pretty quick to ban copyrighted content, though, sorry. Which is fair because there's a legal compulsion there, but still. Anyway, this is something regarding the Taliban situation at the moment. Oh, go away. Continue without supporting this time. Female mayor in Afghanistan says she's waiting for the Taliban to come and kill me. Which is terrifying, but not at all surprising. Zarifa Ghaffari, 27, told the British newspaper she has nowhere to go and can't leave her family. Please start spell checking your articles. One of Afghanistan's first female mayors said Sunday she's waiting for the Taliban to come and kill her as the Islamic militants reach the capital of Kabul. I'm sitting here waiting for them to come. There is no one to help me or my family. I'm just sitting with them and my husband. And they will come for people like me and kill me. Zarifa Ghaffari, the mayor of Maidan Shah, told the British newspaper Wait. So the newspaper's called Oh my god. Is it really? Hang on. News. Yes, it is. I'm an idiot. Okay. I can't leave my family, and anyway, where would I go? Ghaffari, 27, is Afghanistan's youngest mayor and the first women... Okay, I take it back. Spell check your fucking articles. To hold the office in Maidan Shah in Wardak province. The newspaper reported that only 3 weeks ago, Ghaffari said there was hope for her country. Younger people are more aware of what's happening. They have social media. They communicate. I think they will continue fighting for progress and our rights. I think there is a future for this country, Ghaffari said. Hang on. If I don't enter the boob fund in AUD, does it show up on the screen as AUD? Yes, I think so. Because people have donated like $10 USD and it shows up as like $13.22 or whatever the conversion is. Yeah, so it actually does show up in Australian dollars. It should do anyway. Ghaffari was appointed in the summer of 2018 by President Ashraf Ghani, the New York Times reported. Although there have been female governors and mayors before in Afghanistan, the Times reported she is one of the few women to have ever held a government job in a very conservative city of Maidan Shah. Poggers. Boobs. Can we get some boobs in chat? Ah. What? Oh my god. There we go. I had to find so many different ways to type that. Can we get some boobs in chat? Why are you so hesitant about the word boobs, Twitch? You won't solve hate raids, but you won't let me spell boobs in chat. Where are your standards, you stupid platform? Thank you for the head pats, Ren. How are you doing? Anyway, as the Taliban became resurgent, Ghaffari was given a job in the relative safety of the Defense Ministry in Kabul with responsibility for the welfare of soldiers and civilians injured in terrorist attacks, iNews reported. Ghani fled the country Sunday when the Taliban began inching closer to taking complete control after a week when city after city fell to the militants in the wake of the US ending its 20-year military operation in Afghanistan. Ooh, ice cream for breakfast. Poggers. The Taliban's chief spokesman, Zabiullah Mujahid, promised Sunday that the lives of women and opponents would be protected. Mujahid said fighters would be on standby on all entrances of Kabul until a peaceful and satisfactory transfer of power is agreed. In a separate statement to NBC News, a Taliban spokesman said fighters entering Kabul were unarmed on instructions from senior commanders. Always the boobies. Yeah, like you can literally just type the word boobs in chat. I don't have like a censor on it or anything. Same with the word cunt. You can just literally type the word cunt. But I can't start a chant that says that in my chat. It's fucking stupid. Anyway. Where were we? The Taliban advance and the ensuing collapse of the government sent large numbers of civilians fleeing their homes, seeking refuge from both the fighting and the return of the hardline Islamist regime that ruled the country before 2001. It's certainly the case that the speed with which cities fell was much greater than anyone anticipated, including the Afghans, including many of the analysts monitoring the situation, White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said Monday on NBC's Today. There we go. Excuse me. Currently, Taliban is asking for government workers to go back to work like they can't even govern. How do you expect a peaceful transfer of power if you don't know what you're doing? Anyway. Boobs. Hang on. BOOBS. Show me your boobies. Yeah, I'm not showing you mine. You're not seeing my boobies. Not allowed. Oh, Boobs. Aussie English uses the cunt word a lot more than the US. Yeah, we do. It's common vernacular here. Keep getting black lipstick on my hand.
A little under the table
Hey!
action never went astray. Ha ha stinky icky weed number lamau poggers and based.
Based indeed. Thank you so kindly for the tip toward the boobies fund. The funny number. The funny weed number. Very poggers. Thank you kindly. My goodness. Oh, I just realized something. I wanted to take all the money out of my PayPal and put it into a separate bank account and like keep transferring the money into that separate savings account so I could keep all of my savings in one place that's a little bit harder for me to reach it until it's time to buy the boobies. But I realized if I do that, the number on my coffee page, if I bring this up really quickly, I didn't go anywhere to get coffee. That's just the only command I know. But I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong, but if you look at my coffee page, it says 18% of 88.49 goal. I feel like this is linked to my PayPal, so if I clean out my PayPal and put it in a separate bank account, it might actually reset the goal, which would kind of defeat the point of having the coffee, or having the goal there. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. By the way, if you do want to tip towards the boobies fund and you want to do like text-to-speech or whatever, you've got to do it through the Streamlabs link, not the coffee link. But I mean, I don't mind as long as I'm getting breasts, which is what I want. That's what I want. Anyway. That's kind of terrifying. And in a similar vein, in a similar situation, this is an interesting article. I don't know what... set it through a Swiss account. Maybe I should. I am not sure if I've heard of the Big Smoke before. This place. I don't know. Hang on. I've never heard of this website before. The Big Smoke. But anyway. Where were we? I want to see this part. Hang on, what's this? What is their gross national product anyway? What runs their economy? Opioids? Feel similar to boobs as I do to tattoos. They look cool on other people, which is fair. Which is fair. But there is this. This is an Australian article, right? Since 9/11, we've had new anti-terrorism laws every 7 weeks. Since 9/11, every 7 weeks. In what has been called hyper-legislation, the Australian government has introduced wave after wave of anti-terrorism laws since 9/11. And I'm already predicting where this is going to go. There's a hair on my lip. I can feel it. Or there's not, and I'm delusional. Anyway. I can kind of see where this is going, and I feel like it's going to be saying stuff like, all these new anti-terror laws are infringing on actual freedoms, which would make sense. Hello, Trans BB. What's going on? Just recently started following thanks to Jasmine Ranting Trans. Wanted to ask if I'm on progesterone. Not yet. I'm only on estrogen, estradiol. I forget how it's pronounced. I'm only on T blockers and estradiol. And I think my endo has said that sometime in the not too distant future I might be getting on it. Yeah, that was the whole point of them. Yeah, exactly. In September 2019, Peter Dutton introduced a new bill that would give him stronger powers to strip the Australian citizenship of dual nationals convicted of terror-related offences or who engage in related activities. Estradiol, yeah. I think it's estradiol. Or estradiol. I don't know. Estradiol. Anyway. In response to the prospect of foreign fighters returning from conflicts overseas, the bill proposes extending the current citizenship revocation law to any dual national who is convicted of a terrorism offence containing at least 3 years imprisonment compared to the current 6. It would also be backdated to account for any terrorism convictions or conduct from May 2003 onwards compared to the current cutoff date of December 2015. To protect the rights of dual nationals, the bill proposes changing the process for revoking citizenship. Instead of it automatically ceasing when people engage in terror-related content, the minister would have the sole power to decide if they should be stripped of citizenship. Okay, that's interesting. The sole power. This procedural change is unusual because it moves to repeal or wind back anti-terrorism laws that have been few and far between. Hang on. This procedural change is unusual because moves to repeal or wind back anti-terrorism laws have been few and far between, sorry. Unfortunately, however, in all other respects, the new citizenship bill fits squarely within the pattern of overzealous Australian anti-terror lawmaking over the past 18 years. Since the September 11 terrorist attacks in the United States, the Australian Parliament has responded to the threat of terrorism here and overseas by enacting dozens of new laws or amending existing laws. In 2011, University of Toronto professor Kent Roach famously described this response in Australia as one of hyper-legislation. Another expert, University of New South Wales professor George Williams, calculated that between the September 11 terrorist attacks and the defeat of the Howard government in 2007 of November of 2007, I don't know why I read it that way, a new anti-terror law was enacted on average every 6.7 weeks. The declaration of a caliphate by the Islamic State in mid-2014 led to another flurry of legislative activity in Parliament. This started with the National Security Legislation Amendment No. 1, 2014, CTH, I don't know what that means, which controversially exempted undercover ACO officers from criminal prosecution, expanded that organization's access to computer networks, and restricted the leaking of sensitive information. In the 5 years since then, 19 more anti-terrorism laws have been passed. This brings the total number of substantive anti-terrorism laws enacted by Parliament to 82 since the September 11 attacks, with a further 6 bills either currently before Parliament or about to be introduced. This is a staggering number of laws and far exceeds the volume in the United Kingdom, Canada, and even the United States in response to September 11. Yeah, it's almost like these laws don't do much but persecute immigrants. That's exactly what it is. Like, these laws are not going to stop terrorism happening. Do you think this is going to somehow stop the terrorists from doing terrorizing? That's not what's going to happen here. This is only going to infringe on people's freedoms. Anyway, like I mentioned earlier. Estra, I had 6 months into my HRT on Spiro and 10 days into Prague, and yes, it is estradiol. Yeah, it's so confusing. But yeah, I'm not on Prague yet. I've been on estradiol for about 10 months, I think. About 10 months, and T-blockers for about 12 months, so I haven't started on that yet. I want to, though, because I've heard it can have some positive results, so yeah. Anyway. Draconian and unworkable laws. It is not only the sheer number of laws, but also their scope, which makes Australia stand out among Western democracies. At the core of Australia's anti-terrorism regime is a carefully considered and, in the eyes of most commentators, a balanced definition of terrorism. However, as the years have gone by, increasingly draconian and often unworkable legislation has spiraled out beyond this definition. For instance, the mere act of travel to certain areas, such as Mosul in Iraq, has been criminalized, as well as advocating terrorism. Instead of working with companies like Facebook and Twitter in the aftermath of the Christchurch terrorist attacks, the government imposed impractical obligations on them to scrutinize the online activities of their customers, with further laws threatened in the event of non-compliance. In addition to stripping the citizenship of dual nationals, another bill would prevent anyone from returning home from overseas conflicts for a considerable period of time under a temporary exclusion order, even Australians who don't hold another passport. Another bill before Parliament would require people who have previously been charged with a terrorism offence, regardless of whether they were ultimately acquitted, to prove extraordinary circumstances before being granted bail for a subsequent offence. This demonstrates just how far lawmakers have strayed from the fundamental human rights and principles of criminal justice. What anti-terror laws are intended to do? You remember the beginning of the post-9/11 anti-terror laws, power creep, and how quickly it just became the new normal just because, of course, the anti-maskers were nowhere. They just showed up when people asked them to put a piece of cloth on their face. Fucking selfish hypocrites. Agreed. In the immediate aftermath of the September 11 attacks, Australian lawmakers might have been excused any overreaction on the grounds the country didn't have much historical experience with terrorism or in legislating in response to this threat. At the time, there were no specific anti-terrorism laws at the federal level in Australia. This was undoubtedly a significant oversight that needed to be remedied. Even today, more than 18 years on and with over 80 laws in place, it is somewhat understandable lawmakers react to terrorist attacks by seeking to take swift action. One of the few downsides of a democratic political system is that parliamentarians are hit with the full force of public hysteria about actual and perceived terrorist threats. The most obvious way for the parliament to address these fears is through the enactment of laws. As Roger Wilkins, a former secretary of the Attorney General's Department, said in support of proposals to strengthen the control orders laws in the aftermath of the November 2015 Paris terrorist attacks. In a modern liberal democracy, that's about the only thing you can do. And despite frequent claims to the contrary, this is not a case of political opportunism on the part of a governing party. The steps taken by lawmakers are crucial in re-establishing the community's sense of security. We need to acknowledge above all that the buck stops with our elected representatives to protect the lives of Australian people. They bear both the personal and professional responsibility if a terrorist act occurs which could have been prevented. If this is, as much as anything else, that explains the rapid and bipartisan passage of so many laws through the Parliament. And here's the part that I was getting at before. Terrorism can't be defeated through laws alone. Like, do you think terrorists are going to abide by the law? Do you think the terrorists are scared that they're going to break the law and go to jail? Oh no! Having said all this, it's unfortunate successive Australian governments on both sides seem to have learned little over the course of the last 20 years. Statements made in the aftermath of every terrorist attack and most recently in responding to concerns about foreign terrorist fighters have identified the ultimate goal as being to defy and defeat terrorism. There's something else I'm thinking of right now. Oh, there was a hair. There was something on my lip. There's something else I'm thinking of that's like vaguely related to this, and I don't know what it is. It's the same kind of ballpark as like, you know, defy and defeat terrorism. War on drugs. That's it. The war on drugs. You know, they're just like, it's I don't know. It's fruitless to try. The war on drugs has already been won by drugs. You know? Drugs won the war on drugs. Congratulations, drugs. You know? And the war on drugs was all manufactured, again, to control certain people and to deny them their freedom. Yeah, exactly. Drugs won the war on drugs. There we go. Go like my tweets, you fucking simps. Anyway, while statements like this are clearly rhetorical, what underpins them is a failure to recognize the permanence of terrorism. Terrorism in one form or another has always existed and will continue to exist. Neither legislation nor anything else will be able to eliminate this threat. The idea of managing the threat of terrorism in the sense that some degree of terrorism is acceptable or at least to be expected might seem politically unpalatable. However, the open acceptance of the permanence of terrorism means lawmakers will no longer be chasing and the public no longer demanding the achievement of an impossible goal. It will also, in turn, facilitate a more proportionate response to the challenges posed by the foreign fighters phenomenon and the threat of terrorism more generally. The emus were not terrorists, they were freedom fighters. You were tabbed out and scrolling through Twitter. Thanks for the heads up. There we go. Alpha and beta male terminology is just astrology for men. It literally is. It's so good. It's so good. A better way forward. In a quest to eliminate terrorism, laws have been enacted that make ever-increasing intrusions into people's lives and curtail human rights for diminishing returns in terms of security. Some have suggested that these laws make us less safe. In its submission to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security's inquiry into the citizenship stripping laws, ASIO said these measures could have unintended or unforeseen adverse security outcomes, potentially including reducing one manifestation of the terrorist threat while exacerbating another. It will never be appropriate or desirable for governments to sit back and take no action in response to the threat of terrorism, but what we need is a sharp change in approach. Countering violent extremism programs have been used in Australia and in other countries as another tool for responding to terrorism threats. Instead of treating such programs as a backup option as they currently are in Australia, they should be brought to the fore. I agree. The critical lesson of the past 2 decades is that we must think creatively about how to combat the threat of terrorism rather than continually reworking existing and often demonstrably unsuccessful strategies. There we go. Oh, this article is republished from the conversation under a Creative Commons license. Okay. Oop. Read the original article. So, okay. I didn't even realize that. There we go. Okay. Whatevs. Either way. Search Titter, not Twitter. What'd you find? Hell yeah, I want to go on Titter. But yeah, like you're absolutely right about the alpha and beta male terminology. That whole thing, it's just literally, it's star signs for men, it's astrology for men, it's gender for men. Notice how, oh for fuck's sake, notice how often those kinds of people who align themselves with the whole alpha, beta, sigma, male grind set bullshit are always the kind of people who are like, oh yeah, there's only two genders though, penis and vagina. And they literally made up genders for men, one of which is just autism. Anyway, I will step on you, bunny. I will step on you gladly. Slide in my DMs for stepping, you know. What does counter-extremism in this context look like? You're always scared it will look like Uzbekistan or Tajikistan. I honestly do not know, sadly. Titter is the secondary name for trans Twitter. One of these days, I shouldn't say this on Twitch. One of these days, I'm just going to drop a titty pic on everyone. Like, just some free the nipple bullshit. And nobody will see it coming, and then I'll log off for 3 days. I've been very tempted, honestly. You Googled titter and just got a definition that it's a type of laugh. It is. Anyone who uses alpha or beta unironically clearly hasn't read Brave New World. I mean, would you be surprised? And Abby Titty. I've got to show him off at least some point before I get the implants. Anyway. Oh, terrorism. Isn't it great? Isn't terrorism great? How about we like deviate from terrorism and the world ending and all this other bullshit, and we watch this video that I forget who linked this to me when they redeemed a nothing yesterday, but here's a video that is titled "What is Nothing?" by Zoe B. So somebody redeemed a nothing yesterday and linked this, and now I want to watch it. So we're gonna watch it.
Welcome to the void. It is an uncomfortable place for many people. And if the discomfort of an endless sea of emptiness fills your mind with terror, or with the quiet loneliness that eats away at the edge of your consciousness in the middle of the night, then click away.
No. See, I like the comfort of the void. I want to just go and sleep and be nice and cuddly and just emptiness forever. Just an endless expanse of black and no sound or feelings or... Kind of looks like Caitlin Bennett. The void, you say? Yes. I mean, she kind of vaguely does, but that's not saying much.
This video will be here when you're ready. But if you dare to brave the vast nothing, the great vacuum, the big empty, welcome. Let's go.
Okay. Nothing. I don't know what this video is about, by the way, aside from being about nothing. I don't know what kind of context we're going into with this. By Zoe B.
When I say nothing, what image appears in your mind's eye? What flavor dances across your tongue? What sensation creeps up your spine or sparks between your organs? Emptiness? Darkness? Loneliness?
The darkness. I believe in a thing called love. Please be a 1 hour Seinfeld review. I should just find a specific episode of Seinfeld. Somebody pick a specific episode of Seinfeld because I loved that shit growing up. And then, like, just pick any episode. And I promise I will, for no good reason, do a legit video essay on the themes of that episode. I'll do some serious research and we'll systemically break down an episode of Seinfeld.
Peacefulness? For many of us, the idea of nothing conjures the image of empty space. Whether it's...
Oh my god, Megalovania, but it's in the Seinfeld bass sound font. There's got to be a wildly transphobic episode of Seinfeld to use. I still think man hands is kind of transphobic. She's got hands that look like a man's, Jerry. I don't know. Or was it Jerry was the one that was dating the one with man hands? And, like, there were close-ups of, like, man hands eating the chicken. And they're these, like, big, beefy fingers and hands and muscly and veiny and maybe even a little bit hairy. And I don't think it was ever implied or inferred that she was trans. But it does feel that way, given transphobic tropes, you know?
It's the air in front of our faces or the vacuum of the cosmos. Nothing is the empty space between things. But is that really nothing? Is the space between things really empty? The space between me and my camera may look empty, but in reality it's filled to the brim with chemicals, with atoms of all sizes and names, with energy in the form of heat as the breath from my mouth expels forth and pushes itself into the cocktail of gases already present. The space between planets is filled with light, with energy, with the push and pull of gravity. The space between atoms and between the parts of atoms and between the infinitely small parts of those parts is filled with electric fields and magnetism, constantly fighting to keep the fabric of matter together and apart in a never-ending battle of forces.
This is making me wonder, right? If you were floated off into space beyond the bounds of our solar system and maybe even further, would you still... Like, if you were between galaxies... not galaxies, if you were between solar systems, and for some reason you were able to survive out there in a suit or whatever, I don't know, would you still be able to see stars? If you weren't close to an exact light source like our own sun? Somebody probably knows the answer to this. I'm probably asking a dumb question. Don't remember much transphobia in Seinfeld. I feel like there was a lot of transphobia in early 2000s sitcoms more than the 90s. There might have been in the 90s, but I feel like it was much more prominent in the early 2000s. You would? Okay. Season 2, episode 9. I'll have to look that one up.
Ancient Buddhists are thought to be the first to have a word for nothing, shunya. The Buddhists saw nothing as an important spiritual ideal. It's the state of non-self. It's the ability to see the world as it is without disturbance or distraction. The ancient Mesopotamians are credited with being the first to invent zero, though the Mayans weren't far behind, inventing it a full 1,000 years before the idea came to use.
Oh, this is a good one. The Deal is the 9th episode of the 2nd season of Seinfeld, show's 14th episode overall. It centers on Jerry and Elaine, who decide to have a sexual relationship with a set of ground rules. However, as their relationship progresses, they experience difficulties maintaining their original friendship. That's a good one. That is a good one.
Europe. Both the Buddhist shunya and the concept of zero indicate a lack of something, a lack of worry, a lack...
That's unironically a really good episode to look at. I might well do that.
...of self, a lack of a number. But if nothing is just a lack of something, then does that mean that for nothing to exist, something must also exist? Imagine for a moment that the Big Bang never happened. Not only was there no catalyst, but that infinitesimally small mote that contained all matter in the universe just didn't exist. Never existed. In this empty universe, there would be no somethings to lack. There would just be nothing. There would be nothing without something ever having existed. Therefore, nothing cannot be defined as the lack of something. To have a lack of something, there has to be something to lack. But maybe this works in theory. In that empty universe filled with nothingness, where thingness never actually existed, one could still theorize about theoretical thingness existing there. In that universe, nothing could exist if there were...
You can't say that, Lydia. She's speaking like she has a philosophy degree. Is she trans? Fucking hell. Is that an actual no homo episode? I don't think so. It's Elaine and Jerry. I don't know. Futurama was horrendous without stuff. The Simpsons included a lot of transphobic tropes after season 10 or so. Always thought it was because the show went down the drain at that point, but it might have been an early 2000s thing. Yeah, I think it was just a general thing. Especially with, like, South Park, most notably. I am valid. I am fucking valid. Thank you. Never really watched Seinfeld. I need to catch up on Red Dwarf. I know there's quite a few good Red Dwarf episodes. I've seen a bit of it.
Or something, even just in theory, to compare it to. Nothingness, then, seems to only exist if you have somethingness beside it. Negative space requires the presence of positive space. The void only exists in the area between objects. But now we're back to the spaces between, back to liminal spaces. The word liminal comes from the Latin word limen, which means threshold, and in psychology it describes the line between what we can perceive and what escapes our notice, what is subliminal. But just because we cannot perceive something doesn't mean that thing doesn't exist, if a tree falls in a forest and all that. Our liminal perceptions, those things we see and feel that we can only see and feel in fleeting moments, at the edge of sleep or out of the corner of our eye, they are real. Real enough to elicit a response. Real enough to send electrical impulses through the folds of our brains. That's not nothing. But if all it takes to make something a thing is to have it affect our minds, then does that mean thinking about nothing makes it something?
Oh god, fuck off.
When I asked you to visualize...
That's playing with my head. Subliminals, totally haven't been looking at those lately. I've been looking at superliminal lately, I want to buy that.
Visualize nothing, to close your eyes and sense how it made you feel. Did nothing, through some kind of internet-mediated alchemy, get transformed into a thought? Transformed from an abstract, eternal conundrum, a question vexing experts and philosophers and children, into electrical currents in your synapses, in your nerves, by my voice alone? If our minds can turn nothing into a thing, what does that mean for us? For the capabilities of our brains? Does the concept of nothingness grant us the power of creation? These are questions that don't have answers. Not yet, at least. Our knowledge of the existence of nothingness has shined a light on the void, and the void has consumed that light and offered no answers. For many people, nothing is terrifying. It represents everything that could be, but is not.
Nothing is a social construct. It is an abstract concept, though. Straight up just took what I was going to write about next semester and made a video about it before I could. No, just plagiarize the video. Shh, don't tell anyone I said that.
It is the forever that came before, and the even greater forever that will come after. No light, no air.
You know a good way to phrase this? I'm just gonna interject and put this out there. You know how I could define nothing? Do you have any recollection of what you were before you were born? I mean, it is still an abstract concept, but this is my way of looking at death. I had no concept of existence before I was born. When I die, I will continue to have, I'll go back to having no concept of existence. That's just my little process on it.
Air, no earth, no warmth, no sound, no thought, no life.
Yeah, exactly. You never know what it's like to not exist, which is why in a lot of ways I don't fear death. You know, I don't go seeking thrills that are going to kill me, but I don't really fear death. I know it's going to happen to me someday, it's going to happen to those around me, and I'll get sad if I lose someone. But once they're gone, they're not going to have, we have no concept of an afterlife, realistically speaking, other than, or a before life. All of these things are just vague concepts, right? Insert Vivi quotes from FF9. I've never played any Final Fantasies. I don't get the references. You know. 1 out of 0 is undefined. Yes, exactly. Been in a dreamless sleep before. Yeah, which is really unusual, but I know exactly what you mean. It's like most of the time I go to sleep and I just wake up. You know, but there have been times where I have this sort of consciousness and I'm aware I'm sleeping and I'm aware of the world around me, but I'm not observing it. I'm not existing in it. I'm in my mind, but I'm not dreaming. I'm just aware that I'm sleeping. It's not a common thing. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's really bizarre. Most of the time I don't dream, you know. I just tend to go to sleep and just wake up, you know, which is good actually. You know, lucid sleeping without dreams. I suppose you could probably define it that way. Yeah. Neurodivergent people sleeping. Maybe.
No love. Nothing. But nothing isn't evil, and it shouldn't be frightening. In fact, to me, nothing, that indefinable infinite void that exists somewhere out there, is comforting. The void represents the spaces between parts of reality. It's a place where the universe, the world, society, and me don't exist. It's dark and unknown and endless, and yes, that can be overwhelming, but it's also soft and warm. It's like a blanket made of thick black velvet that smells like lilac and
gooseberries,
old books. When it wraps around you, it squeezes like a hug from your favorite grandparent and lingers just long enough for you to know you are loved. It's deep and tangled and alluring, like a cave in the woods or an abandoned factory. Curiosity pushes you in, and everything is dark and still, and the air smells like wet wood. And your eyes are on everything that you're too afraid to touch because it could break the spell of a place that should not be.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking lilac and gooseberries. Could literally pass from one reality to the next like going under anesthesia. We can't actually conceive what it's like to not exist. Most people imagine it as a black void, but even imagining that is you still existing. Exactly. When you gotta get a hug from nothing. Soft and warm like Abby. Aww. We really come from nothing, which is the most interesting part of nothingness, so nothing is really everything, which is true. Like, it comes back around to that whole Big Bang thing. And the air smells like wet farts. Oh, goodness. That's why I imagine it like sleeping and not remembering dreams. You don't feel like you exist in those times, except for Abby. She watches herself sleep while sleeping. Unironically, though, has anyone had that kind of experience? That's a dream I've had. I can recall having that dream, going to sleep and awaking and seeing myself sleeping. Now, of course, it's all purely imaginary. I'm not actually like having an out-of-body experience. It's all in my head. There you go. Get your flex on. But, you know, yeah, it is kind of metaphysics ASMR, isn't it? True. Have you seen those guns and my abs and stuff? I am pretty hard. Although, I have heard muscly arms are still good to cuddle with. So, you know, I haven't really been cuddled by many muscly people myself. I'm the muscly one among my circle of friends. So when there have been cuddles, I'm the one hugging with the muscles. Bunch of fucking lightweight pussies.
And maybe you'll find a treasure or bones or nothing at all. Or a story you could keep to yourself, locked away in the part of your memory reserved for solitude. You know you could go in deeper, see more, find more dust, and maybe you will when you come back. If you come back. The void is constant. It's always there. It's the lining of the fabric of reality, and if you just pull back the curtain, you can see it under everything, between everything, always there. And it's comforting. It's comforting to know that emptiness and solitude and warm, quiet darkness are always there, away from the loud, bright, busy world that exhausts me down to my bones.
Autism trait. Sorry, I'm diagnosing other people now. I'll stop.
Nothing is the space between things, and that is where I want to be. I want to exist in the liminal spaces, in the corners of
Void Hermione.
eyes, in the fleeting sounds you think you hear from across the house in the middle of the night.
No, that's just my cat knocking something over again like a fucking idiot.
I want my words and my actions to be real and be felt by real people, but when they look for the source, they don't see me. I want to be invisible and unknown, but I also want to be comforting and warm. I want my words to be soft like a blanket. I want to smell like lilac and old books. I want to write poems that feel like hugs. I want to be deep and tangled and alluring. I want you to be curious enough to find me, but I want to be precious enough to be untouchable. I want my stories to become your stories. And above all, I want to be constant. I want to always be there. Maybe not me, but the ghost of me, the shell of me, the golem made of all my creations.
The ghost in the shell. Void is powerful. The NPC fighting alongside you right now in FF14 is named So Fine because she's so fine. Someone wants to be an embryo again. Lilac and old books does sound amazing, doesn't it? It's like a good scent. I now want to pick up like some scented candles. Anyway.
Because maybe nothing, the void, isn't just emptiness. Maybe it's where we go when we fall asleep. Maybe it's where all our forgotten keys and socks lost in the wash end up. Maybe it's where our minds go during highway hypnosis, when we drive the same drive we've driven for years and we somehow make that drive without any memory of doing it. Nothingness is endless. It stretches on forever and ever, on and on until the end of time, and then on past that too. But it's not a hole at the bottom of reality or a vacuum in space waiting to swallow all of existence. Nothing, dear intergalactic trans celebrity Juliet Mylan, is something else entirely. It's a room with dark wood walls and a floor covered in well-worn rugs. In the corner, a dimly lit Christmas tree pours red and green over someone's work boots. You notice the air has a musty wetness, like lots of old rooms. And
why does it have to be wet? Why does it have to be a musty wetness? Similar to your favorite Doctor quote, we're all just stories in the end, just make it a good one. Sweat cookie scent? I want a sweat cookie scent. We don't want to smell like farts, no. Like Ghost in the Shell until you realize it's all military industrial complex. Well, that's not good. The video is called What is Nothing, in quotes.
Old houses. Like your grandparents' house.
Musty wet fart. No.
Yes, it smells distinctly like your grandparents' house. Like cool Oregon air and acres of grassland baking in the summer sun and cows.
Dank is great.
The couch, you must have missed it before, sits in the middle of the room. The graying leather fades along creases, and years-stained whiteness pools on the left cushion. That was your spot when you and your brother played. Oh, you forget the name now.
This is giving me a really good idea for a video game, for some reason. Just this particular bit. Matt was always equal to David for me personally. What? Whiteness. What?
How long has it been since you've seen him? You forget. How did you get here?
Sorry, I skipped back accidentally.
You don't remember coming into this house. You don't even know if this room is even in a house. How did you get here? The cold open air of the outside feels 1,000 miles away. You hear a coyote howl somewhere in the distance. How did you get here? A television in the corner blinks on. An old CRT, just static. How did you get here? It doesn't matter. The door is unlocked there, behind you. It's ajar, but you can't quite see through to the other side. You can leave whenever you want. Do you?
An old critical race theory.
Today's video was brought to you by all of my wonderful patrons whose names you should see scrolling on the screen here. And I want to give an especially huge thank you to Zauber, Sigwa, A Tasty Snack, Comrade Fox, Robert Bradford, Jameson Huddle, Mohammed Al-Sabah, Dylan, Merritt Grames, and Adam. And if you would like to join these wonderful people, then come check out my Patreon, which I have linked in the description, and you can get lots of cool stuff like getting videos early, having poems written for you, and getting access to polls and our Discord server. So if that sounds like something that you would like to do to support the channel, then come on over. You can also support the channel by liking, commenting, subscribing, ringing the bell to make sure you get notified when I upload a video.
Why am I listening to the Patreon plug? Anyway... Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm just like, that fucked with my head a little bit, which was good. It was interesting to watch, honestly. Liking that one, subscribing, because Pog, that was awesome. By the way, her top comment is, yes, I am still finding glitter on me. Really nice and poetic waxing on metaphysical, poetic waxing on metaphysical states of being. Yes, exactly. I think Philosophy Tube's latest video also touches quite heavily on metaphysical themes, particularly like social constructs is her latest video, which was interesting and it also played on my head a bit, but in a way that I like. Whenever I watch a Philosophy Tube video, I come away understanding the context, which is good. Even if she dips into a lot of ideas that I don't quite understand, you know. But then afterwards, I get most of it. I grasp most of it. Mentioned a dream where I saw myself asleep. Did anything else bizarre happen that you'd like to talk about? Not really. Like, it was kind of strange. In the dream, I just kind of went around doing whatever. I could see myself sleeping and I just kind of meandered about the house. I think in one instance, this is not a unique dream. I've had it a few times. I think, you know, there was a point where I was realizing I was in a dream because I was seeing myself sleeping. And I wandered off and I left the house and I sort of walked around in the midnight air. And it was, you know, interesting and different. And there were no cars on the roads. There were no people around, obviously. And all the lights were off everywhere. No houses had lights on, no street lights were on, anything. It was just pure dark, which is not how it looks. If you go walking around at midnight here, all the street lights are always on. There's always somebody who's got their house lights on with their TV playing at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been out really late at night because I used to have a fucked up sleep schedule because I don't take care of myself. Yeah, meant to link some of your favorite SCPs. What I think we might do in the Discord server is add an adult section, which, I mean, it's an adult server anyway, but like specifically like stuff that's probably pretty serious and some NSFW stuff, because, you know, you're a horny bunch of freaks and you're also probably into grim stuff as much as I am. I wouldn't mind sharing some of my favorite horror aesthetics on the Discord server, and I feel like I can't just drop that in like my pick section or whatever. I feel like I'm gonna have to create a special section that's just for more, you know, mature stuff on the Discord server. So that might be a thing that we'll look into, you know. So we can, you know, I mean, I know SCPs are all just text, but that's just made me think, you know, maybe we need a section where we can share stuff that's like SCP, which is very horror. Anyway, tend to have strange dreams where you do dream and remember it, and one involved me waking up twice in my sleep. That's interesting. Should do thirst posting and kink channels. That might be an idea, yeah. Only time you... Oh, did I read that? Only time you remember dreams are bad ones. Luckily, you don't remember them very often. Horror room? Yeah, I think we could do something like that. Abby, may I? What do you want to do? What do you want to do, Draco? But yeah, nothing weird happened in the dream. Remove all the underage kids from my server first. Are you back again? Why are you back again? My server is an 18+ server and my stream is an 18+ stream. Anyway. Break them down to classifications. Favorite item type at Keter level. I've only read like the tiniest bit of what's it called? I've only read the tiniest bit of SCP, and it's mostly just like the popular ones, you know. With a creepy SCP video, I suppose you could. I feel like I should probably stop doing like reactions, because I'm not really reacting to anything. I'm just sort of watching YouTube videos. Realization of being asleep while asleep. We could take a look. Oh, here, this is only like a minute long. We'll watch this one.
You do not recognize the bodies in the water. SCP-2316-XK event. The following public service announcement from the SCP Foundation contains material which may be cognitive hazardous. If you feel unwell, or believe you recognize the bodies in the water, stop watching immediately. SCP-2316 is a lake within which anomalous sensory phenomena manifest. This phenomena convinces individuals they recognize the bodies in the lake, and are compelled to aid them, often dying in the process. In the last 6 days, this anomaly has spread to around 65% of all large bodies of water on Earth. As such, it is essential you remember at all times that you do not recognize the bodies in the water. Stay inside. Do not look at any bodies of water, such as lakes or rivers. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. The SCP Foundation will inform you of updates to the situation. Secure. Contain. Protect. You do not recognize the bodies in the water.
That was a trip. Oh, that's good. That's good. It is abrasive. It's hard to listen to, isn't it? However, it's good. It's good. I do like that unsettling nature of SCP when I have dipped my toes into it, you know? Anyway. We've done the what is nothing. Should we talk about water? Should we have a little... It's meant to mimic the emergency alert system, true. Should we look at... Should we look at something relating to water? Because there is something. There is a something that we could look at regarding water. Where are we? I feel like I know the name The Vulcan, but I haven't watched any of their content. You're obsessed with SCP and watching animated horror stories. Sounds good, sounds good. I want to write a horror story. I really do. I want to write something, but I'm not sure. I've got a bunch of ideas specifically relating to mental state that I'd really like to explore as a horror story at some point, but I'm really bad at writing stories. Anyway, how are you, Christina, by the way? That's your great uncle, Joe. It's brilliant, made by Community Universe. Yeah, like and I think you have to be an approved author though. Like they do review every entry, so it's not too on the nose or something, or it doesn't fit, you know. It does require focus, and I don't have focus, or at least my focus is pretty intent on my streams at the moment and my YouTube videos. I'm sure it's now suggesting Zodiac somewhere in the algorithm due to that nothingness lady. I don't get a lot of recommendations from the algorithm. Or maybe I just don't look at my recommended section. Do I have a recommended section? How does this work? I don't know. Well, actually, up the top, it's now got podcasts, psychology, reading, debates, Dark Souls 3, conversation, history, characters, The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, science, superheroes, thoughts, film criticisms, Shane Dawson, no thank you, the fuck, satire, music, and blah, blah, blah. Anyway. There are a lot of SCP articles that can be easily described as the author's barely concealed fetish. Yeah, no Shane, thank you. Writing a time travel story at the moment, it's a trans thing, and no, I do not I know, right, Lydia? Like, I want to write a trans time travel story, but I'm like, I can't do that now because Mia's doing it. Like, I've got a really good idea for it, but I can't do it. Well, it's not the same concept at all. It's very much a, like, there are themes that carry over, but it's kind of like, I can't just, like, can't do this. No, I don't want to tell you. I've already given away one story on stream once that I wanted to do, but it was kind of a joke. I kind of didn't really want to write it. Dream Udders, extra dimensional milk produced by dreams, far too much SCP, Rule 34 for it to be a coincidence, true. Let's talk water for a minute, because, you know, I want to end the stream on a doomer segment. Global water crisis will intensify with climate breakdown, says report. Flooding, droughts, and wildfires will worsen as global heating disrupts the planet's water cycle. Who'd thunk it? Posting our alludes on twitter.com and writing the only trans time travel story that's allowed to exist. I mean, I could definitely write a different trans time travel story. But anyway... Water problems, drought with its accompanying wildfires, and flooding are likely to become much worse around the world as climate breakdown takes hold, according to the biggest assessment of climate science to date. Global heating of at least 1.5 degrees Celsius is likely to happen within the next 2 decades, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Temperature rises will be accompanied by big changes in the planet's water cycle, with areas that are already wet becoming much wetter, and already arid areas becoming prone to greater drought. Extreme rainfall intensifies by 7% for each additional 1 degree Celsius of global heating, the report found. Excuse me. Professor Mike Meredith, science leader at the British Antarctic Survey and a lead author for the IPCC, said as the atmosphere continues to heat up because of global heating, it can hold and transport more moisture, so at the largest scale we expect to see an acceleration of the hydrological cycle, stronger evaporation in the tropics and more intense rainfall in the high latitudes and some equatorial regions. This will lead to more frequent extreme rainfall events in already wet areas and a greater incidence and severity of flooding. Honestly, this is far more terrifying than anything SCP has to show you. There is already strong evidence that we are seeing such changes in some regions. Droughts will become worse and longer lasting. Such risks are compounded by knock-on consequences, such as greater risk of wildfires, such as we are already seeing. Fires range around the world. Where are the worst blazes? I was going to read this one too, actually, which is great. There's more water and there's more fire. Get ready for it, folks. We're going to Mad Max. Let's fucking do it. Professor Ralph Toomey, co-director of the Grantham Institute on Climate Change at Imperial College London, said the principle of a warmer world is that more water will be evaporated, which will exacerbate droughts, and this enhanced water in the atmosphere will increase the amount of rain when it does rain. Climate change freaks you out hard and it's time for you to sleep anyway. Rightio, Pam, have a good one. Go get some rest. Yeah, California is literally on fire. Sicily was burning. I believe there was wildfires in... There's Greece, Turkey, Italy, Russia... Siberia moved to evacuate several villages, the United States, Canada, and of course, remember the big wildfire in Australia a couple of years back, or was it last year? Like late last year, which was the koala killer crisis. The effects will be felt across the globe from the US, where drought is an increasing problem in the west, and south to India, where the monsoon may become more viable. Sub-Saharan Africa is also likely to experience increased drought in many areas, while flooding and drought will hit China and Europe. Ilan Kelman, professor of disasters and health at University College London, said climate change will make wet and dry regimes more extreme. Is that supposed to say regions? Anyway, soil moisture will go down and dry spells will go up in already arid regions such as the Mediterranean and southern Africa. Seasonal rainfall variability is expected to increase with fewer days of rainfall along increased intensity of downpours. Changes to the planet's natural rainfall patterns are one of the biggest impacts of climate crisis, and the landmark IPCC report, which was published last week, contains more than 200 pages on this issue alone. A fuller discussion of the expected impacts of the climate crisis on water will come next February. In the second part of the report, 2 words, not one. The sixth from the World Authority on Climate Science since 1988, but the findings so far contain the starkest warnings yet of the problems the world faces. The monsoon in South Asia, which is key to the lives and agriculture of more than 1 billion people, is a particular source of concern, as are glacier-fed areas where first flooding and then water scarcity are likely to become increasingly common as glaciers shrink and then some smaller glaciers disappear. The IPCC was cautious on the potential impacts on monsoons, with some studies pointing to potential weakening and some to a strengthening. Monsoons are likely to become more variable in future. On the one hand, we know that for a given monsoon wind pattern, there will be more rain, but the monsoon wind pattern may weaken, so the net effect is uncertain, said Toomey. Dr. Andy Turner, Associate Professor in... I cannot read, guys. How do I do this? Dr. Andy Turner, Associate Professor in Monsoon Systems at Reading University, or Reading University, I don't know, and a lead author for the IPCC, said particularly for the monsoons in South and Southeast Asia, East Asia, and the Central Sahel in Africa, monsoon precipitation is projected to increase by the end of the century. However, near-term monsoon changes will be dominated by the effects of internal variability. Each additional degree of warming will exacerbate the frequency and severity of extreme events in monsoon regions, such as periods of heavy rainfall, flooding, and drought. Algae blooms will cover the seas. That's something I wanted to look into as well. Anyway, hundreds of millions of people also depend on glaciers for their water and agriculture, and these are likely to be among the water systems worst affected. Roger Braithwaite, Honorary Senior Research Fellow at the University of Manchester, said measurements show glaciers in many parts of the world currently have negative mass balances even with present global mean temperatures. Glaciers are therefore not safe under the Paris Agreement, which limits warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius as an ambition and 2 degrees Celsius as an outer limit. Meredith said glaciers worldwide have retreated since the 1990s. This is unprecedented in at least 2 millennia and is a clear sign of the impacts of global heating. For many communities downstream, high mountain glaciers are fundamental to their way of life, providing a reliable source of fresh water for drinking and irrigating crops. My leg is fucking itchy. As these glaciers continue to retreat, initially the stronger melt will cause greater risk of floods, avalanches, and landslides, direct hazards for those living downstream. In due course, the decrease in fresh water available will shift the risk of being that of drought. There are millions of people who live downstream of major mountain glacier systems such as the Himalayas. This is of extreme concern to their lives and livelihoods. It is called capitalism, yeah. A large, faceless, shapeless organism that is slowly but surely flooding our shores, choking our air and destroying our planet. Most of our lives are spent working to feed it. It is so everywhere, most don't see it or see it as normal, natural part of life. It cannot be reasoned with. It is called capitalism. These impacts on water systems are already bringing devastation to millions of people around the world, worsening poverty, disrupting societies, and turning life into a daily struggle for some of the most vulnerable, said Jonathan Farr, Senior Policy Analyst for Climate Change at the charity WaterAid. He pointed to Malawi, which I read as Marvel for a moment there. It's like, we're going to blame Marvel for climate change. And I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of sick of Marvel. Let's blame them for climate change. Where the second biggest lake, Lake Chilwa, is central to the lives of 1.5 million people. While its levels have always fluctuated, it's now happening more frequently and to greater extremes, affecting the local communities. Women, most often responsible for securing water for their families, can often queue at the borehole for many hours, sometimes through the night, waiting for the levels to refill to the point where they can draw water. Governments meeting for the UN COP26 climate summit in Glasgow in November must take action not just on greenhouse gas emissions, but on providing funding for poor nations to adapt to the impacts of climate crisis that are already being seen, he added. That's a good note to you'd like to, yeah. The world's dying. What do we do? Marvel did a comic series on climate change. It's still a bad corporation. I'm just sick of them. I'm sick of the saturation of Marvel at this point. I'm so disappointed that they finally release a Black Widow movie, and it's too little too late. The character's dead. Who fucking cares? I know that's not really related. I know that's not really something to get angry about when I'm talking about, you know, the glaciers melting and floods and droughts destroying significant areas of the world that we live in right now. We don't have another world. You know, the world is dying. What do we do? Stop killing it? I don't know. What do you want to do? Go green, eat vegan, install solar panels, take shorter showers? What do you want me to tell you? You know, this is the problem. It's like, we're individuals who do not have control over this shit. This is the problem. It's like, we want things to get better. We want to preserve the planet for as long as we can so we can live on it for longer, but are we going to see out the end of this century? I don't think so. Honestly, I don't see it happening. I don't see this planet being livable by 2100. Not just for us, but for the planets living on it. The plants, not the plants, the animals and the plants. We're going to turn this thing into fucking Venus by the time we're done with it. You know, we're not going to be able to turn this around. I'm sorry to be so doomer about this, but, and I mean, the thing is, I'm being doomer about it because I'm pissed off about it. Because I have children, and I want those children to grow up and have their own children and raise their own families and have their own lives. And I am pissed off, and I think I agree with Vorsh's take on this. It's like, we got to stay angry at it. We got to be pissed off, and we got to keep talking about it. And we cannot just let this shit fall by the wayside. I think I want to lean more heavily into the climate crisis stuff on stream because we cannot shut the fuck up about it. We are not allowed to. We have to keep talking about it because if we stop talking about it, if we go back to being hunky-dory and ignoring all these problems, shit's just gonna get worse more rapidly, and there's not gonna be any incentive to change. And it's like, this is one of the reasons why, I mean, I know that going vegan isn't going to solve the problem, but it is worth considering for a lot of people that maybe we have no choice but to start consuming things that are less destructive, like the food industry does. The meat industry does have a significant impact on the climate, and I mean, obviously, there's far more than that. It's way, 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 way more than just the meat industry. It's the coal industry. It's everything. It's the mass overproduction and then just destruction of those things that we produce. You know, we're producing more than enough food to feed the world, okay, and tossing a significant amount of it to maintain profits. Right? We're creating a whole bunch of consumer goods all the time and then just destroying them to maintain competitive pricing. To make it, so it's like, we're going to create a whole bunch of this item so that you can get the next big screen TV or whatever, but we're going to create far too many of those and then just dump them in landfills that destroy the land, make it unusable, you know? It's, veganism is only going to be less impactful on climate when people use less processed veg matter. Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, even then, we need to fix the shit we've done, but people need to remember how far we influence the actual temperatures. Yeah, we need to be angry. We need to be pissed off. And I can't not be pissed off at this. Call me a tranny all you like. Say I'll never be a real woman all you like. I don't care about that shit. Trolls. You know? I don't give a fuck about that. You're idiots. I'm angry at the climate. I'm not angry at some fucking loser on the internet whacking off when he spams hate messages in my chat. I'm angry at the fact that the koalas are dying, even though I don't really like koalas. I'm angry at the fact that there are more extinction. We're heading toward an extinction event, and it's hard to look away. And I know a lot of people just want to play their video games, and I know a lot of people don't want to think about these things. I'm on a live streaming service that is predominantly gamers. Gamers who don't give a fuck. Maybe you should give a fuck. Hot take here, but fuck koalas. Yeah, save the drop bears. If we do nothing, 2100 is 4 degrees warming. If we try, we might get back to 1.4 by 2100. The greatest uncertainty in climate predictions is human action. And it's not just human action. It's wealthy human action. It needs to be the billionaires taking radical change with all the wealth they have, all the resources they have. They are the ones that need to steer this. Individual activism, you and me, we can't really change this other than speaking out. Other than, yeah, maybe changing our consumption habits so that those corporations see that producing beef becomes less profitable, you know, for example. But we really can't expect that to actually make a difference on an individual level, which is why activism is so important. Get people involved, get people on the same page. Cow butt plugs. Can we stop a cow from farting? It feels like in a lot of ways, and this is going to be a bad thing, it's going to be a bad take, probably, but we need to shut down the beef industry. In a lot of ways, we need to let a lot of those cows just die off. We need to let a lot of those sheep and chickens die off because they've been specifically bred to produce the meat and other animal products for us as a symptom and a function of capitalism. So those animals are never going to be able to survive in the wild because they're just not designed for that. They've been bred to be production machines. And as a result, you know, we need to move away from using them and their resources and, yes, unfortunately, let the majority of them at the very least die off. But yeah, changes to the systems need to be done. Honestly, like, individual activism is not going to change the systems. The system is going to change individual habits. You're right. So yeah, like we need the systems to realize the problems. We need the people in control of all of this to realize the problems, and they need to be the ones that institute the change, not us. So, which is, you know, it sucks to admit it, but it's the truth. There's only so much you and I can do. And speaking out about it is one thing, making your voices heard is one thing, being really loud and obnoxious about it is one thing. But I am not going to save the world. You're not going to save the world, unless one of you is Jeff Bezos. You know, it's possible. I am streaming on his platform, so, you know. You never know. You're never sure. God, that's a grim note, isn't it? It's a grim way to end the stream, but I mean, I'm doomed out. I'm tired of this shit. I do want to just vibe. I do want to just relax and unwind, but quite frankly, this is one of the most important parts of my day. Is doing this shit, is talking about what's going on, and I think I want to take a radical pivot towards the climate in particular with regards to content. I mean, I obviously still want to talk about trans stuff. I do still want to talk about political stuff, but it's important to realize that a lot of the time we're talking about shit that doesn't matter, like idpol and all that kind of garbage. You know, we do tend to harp on a lot about idpol here on the stream, which sucks enormously. You know, it's just a distraction from the real serious issues. Gross. There's somebody on my followed list who's playing Cyberpunk 2077. Why would you play that piece of shit? Vor Jeff. Yes, let's Vor Jeff Bezos. Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. I've just clicked on someone's stream without meaning to. Vor the Rich. Anyway, we could stop breeding them and eat what's already there, the last of the beef. Yes, like that would be an ideal kind of situation, I think, is if we, you know, finish off what's left. But that's optimistic. It is optimistic. A friend of mine asked me to be one of her bridesmaids. Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. Cyberpunk wasn't that bad. Are you kidding? Let's find peer-to-peer.live. I want to see if there's anyone live on peer-to-peer.live so we can raid them. You know why you know why Cyberpunk was so bad. And it's not just that it released in such a piss poor state. It is not just that at all. It is the fact that it was one of the most hyped games of the last decade, and it released in such a piss poor state. It's the combination of those two things, you know. And coming from the studio that released The Witcher 3 and subsequently Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine, you know, overall really tremendously well regarded experiences. And then they released Cyberpunk and they just let it fall flat on its face. And they released it in an absolutely dismal state that's just crushed CD Projekt Red's reputation. And then there's all the discussion around the crunch culture there. Yeah, honestly, it was an entire thing. But at any rate, let's have a look. I'm looking at streamers right now on peer-to-peer.live to see if we can find someone that we could raid, which could be interesting. They did get rushed at the end, yeah, which is another thing. Is like, I think they didn't actually start. I don't think they actually started production. I don't think they actually started production on the game itself until like 2016 or 2017. And until, so like the game was originally announced in 2012, 2013, I think. They put out a teaser trailer, and which was a really cool teaser trailer. And then they started hyping the game up from that point on, and then they started really hyping the game up from like 2016. And then as time went on, they just got stuck in this hype train that was unreasonable, unrealistic to maintain expectations. They were putting out so much hype, so many trailers, so many bits of information about how great and how grand this game was going to be. And the game they were advertising shouldn't have come out until mid this decade. Still, it shouldn't have come out till like 2025 to get everything in it. But the problem is, with all the hype that they built up around the community, everybody was expecting the game and they wanted it now, you know? And as a result, like, the investors in the game realized this and really wanted the game to be out the door so they could capitalize on all the hype. But the game was nowhere near finished in any stretch, by any stretch of the imagination. Curio did a good video about Cyberpunk and why it was so bad in so many ways. I'm going to look that up right now. Not going to watch it now, but oh god, my abs hurt. I did abs today. Cyberpunk. Oh goodness. Cyberpunk 2077, some cyber, no punk. I'll watch that later. I like Curio. And not to queue, no, and to watch later. No. Anyway. How about we go find somebody to raid? I was going to say Jordan is live. Jordan is live, but we raid Jordan a lot. Let's find someone else. You won't eat people. Have a good night, Queen Doomer. Thank you kindly. You have a good night too. Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. It's been really good. It's been really fun. How's about... The broadcaster has indicated this channel is for mature audiences. Let me see. Who's playing what? There's a bunch of people playing videos games. Do you like video games? I'm sure some of you like video games. Video games. Thanks for stream. Thank you for being here. You've all been so lovely. I appreciate you ever so much. Let me see. Any retro games? Let me see. I don't see any. Someone's playing Stardew. And this person's playing The Sims 4, Skyrim. Jordan's playing Dead by Daylight. Someone's playing Control. What else is there? Super Mario World. Hollow Knight. Ebonics is is doing just chatting. I feel like I've seen them around Twitter. I'm not sure. Got to take off since you're almost off work. You got your own shit to do. See you tonight. See you later, Necro. Have a good one. I can't decide. You know what? Let's just go to Jordan. Jordan's always a good bet, so let's just go to Jordan. If it'll let me. There we go. We'll do a raido. Anyway. You know, we can try to find someone doing... Oh, as follower or subscriber only chat. That's not good, is it? Maybe not then. I mean, I can understand why. He is following Jordan. Maybe we shouldn't go to Jordan. What do we think? It's going to be followers only mode, which kind of sucks. But Jordan's great. Jordan's good people. Or, alternately, Glitchcraft is live playing mini motorways. How about we do that instead? How about... Because I don't think... Doesn't look like Glitch has got followers only mode on, which I understand given the current circumstances why people, especially queer folks, would have followers only mode turned on. I know I've had it on all last night, which kind of sucked, but you know, we'll go to Glitchcraft tonight, and then hopefully, I mean, yeah, I can totally understand why Jordan would have it on. She's definitely been hit with these hate raids as well, and it's just exhausting. It's tiring, you know. We don't want to deal with it. Anyway, thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. It's been really fun, aside from all the, like... I legitimately didn't mean to get so doomer tonight. I wasn't trying to do that. We did have a bit of fun, though. It was a bit of fun. That nothing video was really cool. I liked that. And now the idea in my head of doing a video essay on the Deal episode of Seinfeld is like, I should explore this concept. I wonder if there's something there that I could look at. Anyway, we're going to go say hi to Glitchcraft. Always remember, be kind to yourselves and each other. I love your faces. Mwah. And I'll see ya when I'm looking at ya. Ta-ta, folks. And yeah, it's been fun aside from the impending existential doom. Sorry about that one. Void.
Oh, sounds kind of nice.